Good morning, guys. How's everyone doing? What's up? Play the song. That's a bit out too much, right? Selling WCC at open? Yep, I think so. Good morning, Mr. Pickle. All the kids in Houston. I'm a perfect 5'7" today. I don't know about you. Ding ding. I don't know what that means, Carl. I feel like you're just saying things now. What's your rev call plan with earnings soon? I don't think there are any earnings. If you check their investor website, there's nothing. Congratulations, Mock. Did you enter your MOASS position? No, I just got some like $10, $40 calls. $42 realistic for Monday. It could happen. We have slightly better FTDs than Feb or July. So it's possible that June, sorry. Feb or June. Um yeah, I would say it's possible that we see 42. The previous price action would have brought us up to test 40. Thank you, Anon, C-SPAN lover. GM, wish me luck. Leaving for my bachelor party in 2 hours. Oh, awesome. My shares will be diamond handed. Best of luck to you, Paris. Congratulations, man. Where do you think Cat is heading? Right now, it's going down. Earnings were good, no? Yeah. Where did you get your fill on the 40s? Looks like one, like a $1.82 is the average. Interesting. So they got all the near the money calls removed from the chain. Classy. August 19th. Inflation reduction bill. It's not projected to reduce inflation in any meaningful way. I mean, it hasn't passed. What? Give Lenixis his respect. He said the second. I said the fourth. When it was fucking posted, I said it was too early. So, yes, I'll give myself lots of respect for describing the same thing over and over and over again, and then people looking for different answers for it. Big upset open to the end of the day. Flat today, do you think? Today's one of the smaller of the like first four ETF FTD days. So the 5th and the 8th have more FTDs than today does. The rate at which they resolve them, we'll see. You know, like they may not want to resolve a lot of them tomorrow, but they may want to resolve more of them on the 5th. Or the, not the 5th, the 8th, rather, on Monday. Good morning, sugar tits. What's up, Bob P? Any new data or info on Revlon? Nothing more than we knew yesterday. I was gonna try to call VTI after the stream and just confirm that they're not holding any not that they're not holding any Revlon, but uh I think we found like the pool data dump. Rev's at $8. What happens with those ETF FTDs for Rev if VTI dumped it? I'm actually not sure. I'm not sure if they would be cleared on the day it was removed from the fund, or if they would still have the settlement period attached to them. Remember, it wasn't removed from the fund, it doesn't look like, until 6:30. Or, well, at some point after 6:30. And today's ETF FTDs are from 6:17. So I think that there's still probably outstanding FTDs. Yeah, I saw that it's there but not listed in the PCF because it's so small. That's a possibility. Bro, you still have EPAM? Yep, I know. They killed fucking earnings. Not as many options as I wanted, but I have a lot of shares. I borrow a desk showing 3x 3,500 shares of Revlon, borrowable at 300%. Wait, what? 3 times 3,500 shares? What does that even mean? I see 3,500 shares available at 348.7. Three X leverage. Oh, is that for? Oh, because you guys have CFDs. How do I find the phone number for VTI? Probably on their website. Investor relations or some shit. Coinbase up 40% and it got halted. I'm up 2,000% on a call option. Awesome. I got an interesting theory regarding PCF. Only 1,600 out of 4,000 stocks are listed. The 1,600 that are listed are the ones available that day for small holdings. The ones that they make available change every day. DM'd you the links in the screenies. Yeah, I'm well aware. Yaga also DM'd me. Um, we have the full fund breakdown, and I think we're checking that now. Like the actual basket data versus the PCF. What do you think about 42 and 45cc for GME expiring this Friday? They may not go in the money. What's Gamma Max today? Uh, actually don't know yet. JFresh has not done the data yet. It was like 40 yesterday. I wouldn't imagine it's changed a lot. What are your thoughts on upcoming OPEX for GME? I'm excited. It looks interesting, especially if we go down after this period. If you aren't selling at a 2,000% gain, what would it take? It's got to go back to zero first. I thought you knew the rules. Did you break profit from Jan 23 35C Rev? Yeah, yesterday morning. Rev IV crush. No, IV's up today on Revlon. What would happen if stocks never got halted? Probably not a lot. They would gap up. Especially like if volatility halts didn't exist, they could gap up. Like when the order book depth is really shallow, you know, and buy orders continue to come in, it can cause stocks to like gap up like hundreds of dollars to the next ask, which is an insane amount of volatility. So they just halt it instead. Explain the PCF file is the basket. Yeah, I know. But did you read the thing I posted about how not all of the stock, like the stocks are rounded out in the PCF. So I don't think you're seeing all the available shares. What's your rough timeline for when Rev has VUPs? I mean, I think it can probably move through August, and then depending on the amount of liquidity it gets, again in September. As long as FTDs continue to compound. JFresh doesn't think ETF FTDs are real, and that this is a retail pump. But he tracks the ETF FTDs. That's bullshit. Still holding your Tesla puts? Yeah, why? I mean, they're actually not very underwater. I bought them when Tesla was trading at like 925. So they were pretty out of the money already when I bought them. If I'd bought them closer to 900, I would have just sold them when we were under 900. I actually have quite a lot of wiggle room on them. Saxo just advised they aren't allowing contracts to be bought on Revlon. Good. Well, not good if you have if you're Saxo, but bullish. In all fairness, JFresh also thinks the Earth is flat. No, he doesn't. Rev ups today prove that ETF FTDs still exist. Well, especially if we get more ups. But today's also T+2 from, what, Monday? This morning's T+2 from Monday. And Tuesday. So it's the final bell. Opening bell's the final bell for Monday. And today is the final settlement date for Tuesday. From this opening bell to tomorrow's. Hey Greg, thanks as always. Do you have a video of Q3 BBBY outlook? Or could you summarize real quick? I'm bag holding at 14. Welcome to the club of above $10 BBBY bag holders. We'll see what happens with OPEX. I think the put position on BBBY is weakening as people continue to buy more and more of it. You know, if you want BBBY to squeeze, there's an advantage in it staying very, very cheap for as long as possible. Didn't know if you would hedge your Tesla puts given the split vote is coming up. I don't know. I I had calls at 900 when I bought the puts. I don't really think I paid a lot of like actual money for the puts when I got them. I sold the call position, then I bought puts. I guess I could. And I've sold off most of my like SPY and Tesla hedge already because they were super profitable. So like the money that I have on the table on both is mostly house money. I think I might still be about like 9 grand into SPY and SPX, but the rest of it's just house money. More than 50% of the free float is in the money after $10 on the Revlon options chain. Yeah, that's correct. I believe that's correct. Any folks here opened coverage of SoFi? Bruce has been on about it like forever. Yeah, I still hate SoFi. Don't forget that they still have like outstanding like release agreements for shares. It's right. Yeah. My calls are green. Congratulations. Isn't all your money house money at this point? Well, true. But like specifically from going long, right? Like that position. Are you buying any calls for Rev right now? No, because I don't think it's gonna moon right now. Is now a terrible time to enter on Rev. It's a little expensive. Good morning. Gherkin is from old Connecticut money? I'm fucking not. I spoke with Vanguard on the phone to confirm whether Rev was in VTI. Service rep said that as of June 30th, there were 347,600 shares. Yeah, but we don't care about fucking June 30th. She just gave you the. Call someone else. She just gave you the 13G statement. That's useless. The issue we're having is that, according to Vanguard, as of today, it has 0. Getting a degenerate 0 DTs like me tomorrow? Probably not. June 30th. She said she wasn't able to get the info for today. Useless bitch. Are you calling the fund or just Vanguard? Try to contact the fund directly. Like the ETF office for VTI. Is there a TLDR of the Revlon stuff? I haven't been watching in a while. Now everyone's talking about it. I made a clip. The only thing in the clip that might be incorrect is the amount of shares available in ETFs. It may just be 0. No, not necessarily. It's just that they can't use it regardless if it is there or not because the redemption basket is missing. Interesting. Can you do the same thing on XRT? Can you check XRT's PCF and see how much GameStop is available in it? I frequently wonder if they weight GameStop far, far, far more than they should in XRT's ETF baskets. I mean, it's already weighted in the fund more than it should be, right? But what happened to EPAM? It just won't stop. They have good earnings. I know. I'm very excited. Jimmy dead? I mean, at least the morning run is probably cleared out. ETF FTDs usually come in waves throughout the day, with the morning one being the strongest, and the afternoon one being the second strongest. Also, today is not that high, right? I think the ETF FTDs today are minimal, but yeah, I mean, we hit 40 roughly. Can you explain the HKD situation? Yeah, some fucking stock got moved to the US exchange and then someone pumped the shit out of it. The best explanation I've heard for HKD is someone's trying to embezzle money out of China. Right? Like it's owned almost entirely by AMTD. So they list HKD, pump it, and then AMTD sells off their assets, which then pumps AMTD, and then you can move that fucking money to some other shell corporation. How probable is it they resolve all FTDs tomorrow? So they're cash settled. They have no reason to resolve them in advance. When you do actual research on stocks, specifically combing through SEC filings, do you get a spontaneous cold and ear infection? No? Did that happen to you? VIX really ticking up this morning. SPY sort of reacted. I can feel a big move coming. This is despite stocks moving up yet again. I'm so sick of the SPY. I mean, I'm really not super concerned yet, right? Like it keeps pushing up, but it's so fucking weak, and everything being bought is puts. So I'm just waiting, right? Just wait for it to stop being completely irrational. I'm sure the CPI data could be a pivot point. If CPI hits double digits, oof. Wrong, it was Wall Street Bets. It was pumping far before Wall Street Bets picked it up. It was already at like $1,000 when they noticed it. Why is the bid-ask spread crazy wide on EPAM? Oh, it's heavily owned. Very illiquid. No, I didn't see the one about Evergrande debt, but sure, why not? Price actions, what's holding them up? People were saying that yesterday, but I'm still showing the leaps much higher. That's Jamie. Hold on. I was still showing like, yeah, 300% IV on those. I don't know why everyone's showing 200% IV and can't trade them. It's like, yeah, I'm really not sure what's going on there. It's pretty odd. I don't know if it's like people don't have live CBOE data or if it's because of like the PCO on TDA and all these other brokerages that's like fucking up the IV. Wall Street Bets know about Rev? No, because it's under 500 million market cap. Also, no options on AMTD equals no Wall Street Bets. Yeah. So AMTD's next earnings should be huge because of HKD's sell-off of assets. Sure, if the company's around that long. If CPI hits double digits, we will redefine it and say it's the rice and beans index, and then skyrockets to 500. XRT doesn't seem to list a PCF. Of course not. Fucking corrupt sons of bitches. Can you recommend some good stocks? Low cut or crew? Low cut, Under Armour. They have them in bigger sizes, which is awesome. You know that like the standard one size fits all sock is really for shoe sizes like 7 to 10. It's a travesty. Like it's like binding your feet. Yeah, I know Webull and Fidelity are showing them at 300% plus. PCO is just odd. Yeah, they're like removing all the near the money strikes. It's really fucking strange. If CPI is down, do you plan to close your SPY puts? Probably, yeah. Do you wear a super big shoe? No, just like 13. Like not it's not crazy. I don't have like Sasquatch feet. Calls on cloud shoes. Too late to get in on EPAM? Yeah, I mean it was a pickles pick at 300. I wouldn't be buying into it now. $100 higher. It's a bit fucking chasey. If NASDAQ comes down, EPAM will too. Don't worry. There'll probably be another opportunity in the future. I bought multiple in the money, near the money strikes for Revlon. No PCO on IBKR for me. Maybe those are people with margin accounts or something. I thought that, but why specific strikes, right? Like if you're on margin, there's a fucking higher margin limit for like the $8 strike than like the 5 or 10. That doesn't make any sense. You know what they say? Big feet, big shoes. Yeah, that's accurate. Oh, thank you, Atomic. Thank you, J Fresh. I think we need to speak with Jay Fresh about his alcoholism, like have an intervention. VTA is manager of the Vanguard Equity Index Group at Vanguard. I can't get any contact information for them directly, and their contact center won't transfer me. Ooh. I wonder if I wonder, does anybody have like the, probably not, like the personal financial advisor thing at Fidelity? Would you say your intimidating size is one of the reasons your doorman strikes at you in non-physical ways? That's possible. Huh. You're shadow banned today, FYI. Of course I am. Um, I'm 6'3", 220. You got me beat. I mean, I'm a little fatter than you. Like 20 pounds fatter than you. It's not muscle. Is it time to start watching for light on at night at the VTI office? I've been escalated to wealth management when I asked to DRS. No idea why. Account never above 30K. Oh, I'd assume that they want to know why you want to remove any profit potential from the asset you own. I'd be curious too. But I'm scared to talk to him because the amount of margin I'm holding. 20 pounds fatter, 16 inches shorter. What strikes are we rooting for JFresh's weeklies? Did JFresh buy weeklies? Ooh. Doesn't Crocs have like a shitload of debt? What were the time frames that you said RSI was useful for the other day? Above an hour and mostly just on the daily. Minimum like 30 minutes, 15 minutes. Like the 1 in 5 on the RSI, it moves too fast to be confirmation of anything. I just took Tesla over 930 to get Victor back in here. Oh, is Victor back? Yeah, Tesla's still not at $1,300, Victor. I'll let you know when it happens. I'll just scream, Victor, look, Tesla's at $1,300. I'm confused. JFresh says no FTDs. You say FTDs Friday to the 10th. Bob Smith says clear coast to 80. I don't know who to simp for anymore. Why is everyone always digging for hopium? Will you ever do a more private Discord for trading, post Rev Squeeze, or just stick to live YouTube? Private Discord for trading? Ugh. That sounds like more people whining about their positions with more entitlement. That's yesterday's gamma values. Did Atomic copy the wrong one? There we go. I just copied it out of the chat. A little better. Ascending triangle on Revlon. Sure. But it doesn't look very strong. Like, it looks like it's gonna fail. Or if it doesn't, the consolidation's got, like, a ways to go. I would have wanted to see it bounce higher. I'm choosing between monthly calls at 0.3 and calls at the money. Or at the money calls riskier as a price movement against you hurts you more due to the higher delta? And does it also increase your reward due to the same higher delta? On a smaller move, it can increase your reward because of the higher delta. It's more sensitive to the price of the underlying. Think we'll see Rev run this week? Probably not very hard. No, 4 hours. I mean, I know what you're talking about. It's a wedge, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. OG rules. At that point, it's just like a continuation pattern, right? Like, bull flags happen really, really fast. After that, they would just become like after 30, 40 minutes, it's just becoming like a descending channel or, a consolidating wedge. Do you plan to hold Rev through earnings? They don't have any, I don't think. If you look at their investor relations website, there are no earnings planned. I think you're just looking at your brokerages, and I don't think that's accurate. Watch those videos of Rev. Thanks for sharing. What kind of highs are people thinking? Insane three-digit numbers? No, I'd be pretty happy with like $15 to $30. It could, and potentially, obviously, like there's potential for it to squeeze. And if it were to squeeze, it could go very, very high. To be fair, we already have over entitled people whining about their positions 24/7. Yeah, I know. How much of a positive hedge? Who said? Do you know how big the positive hedge is? JFresh said. No, he didn't put up any charts that I see. Yeah, it looks like for some reason Thinkorswim's weighting the delta higher and the IV lower. That's very odd. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. How are they crushing IV on Rev right now? It could be people selling out, market maker pricing it down. Taking 5K from this Rev play in and out the past couple days. This volatility and knowing a longer term jump is on the horizon really makes for a great opportunity. I agree. Currently holding GME, BBBY, and Rev. Could you tell me what it's like to have positions in companies that actually make money? I have no experience in that type of investing. um, it's more boring, honestly. Pre-split, 400,000 shares in 45 minutes. Doesn't seem to be high at all in terms of ETF FTDs for GME. They're not very high today. They just begin today. They're higher tomorrow and the following day. This. Why is that not on the thread? Oh, I'm going back to look. I'll tell you though. Yeah, so 617, 1.7. That's just straight fails. Hold on. Where's the ETF fails? Oh, that's Revlon. Um, a bitch. That's Bobby. Oh, here we go. 617. Jimmy ETF fails 377,000. Tomorrow, 2.1 million. Monday, 2.5 million. Yeah, I'm not selling cover calls till probably Monday. They're net short. The ETF FTDs are the result of creation, right? Is that considered a lot of FTDs compared to what we've seen in the last year? It's high for the ETF FTD period. What's the really long green candle on GMA? Could be like a dark pool dump or something. It seems to be fairly unique to GameStop. German brokers are buying shares. Yeah, I don't think so. Most days I don't eat any food until like 4 or 5 p.m. Computer share transfers, maybe? Unlikely. It's the 4th? Usually those are on the 1st and 15th. I have 3938 covered calls. Uh, Congratulations. Ugh. You think they will short after the 10th, or could they begin before? They could begin before. The FTDs fall off pretty hard after Monday. Is this the PPT helping us start MOASS by buying GME? No. Yeah, no problem, Jacko. This is your daily reminder that BBBY is not yet at $10. I'm aware, but it is at 650. 7 would be cool. I don't know what it is. I'm gonna keep posting that until you read it and give me a chuckle. I'm never gonna read it. IV on BBBY Jans looks to be pricing a move up. It's looking a little better, yeah. Ugh. I just checked XPX option flow. It's at 350 million already. And it's all puts bought at the ask for 3,100 to 3,700. That's insane. Yeah, I know. I'm a really cautious investor. When you warn others, can you verbally exclude me? No. Do you want to remind you to change your order size from 10 to 100? No, but thank you, Yaga. Okay. Spy slowing down. Spy's just coming down. Ooh, look at that. It topped 416. I still think that's that ascending resistance. Ugh. How much sleep last night? Very little. DRS has picked up again, and the price is going up. Weird. How has DRS picked up again? Because people, Jesus Christ. Don't start with the fucking, oh, people can afford shares now bullshit. They're just buying a quarter of the amount. They could afford shares before. It's the same. There's no difference between buying shares of Jamie now and buying shares of them before the split. Do you see my message? No. What happened? Remember we used to talk about the MACD all the time? How's that looking these days? Let's take a look. I don't remember talking about it all the time, but I remember people being excited about it. Crossed over on the daily, bullish. Human psychology, smaller price equals cheaper, equals easier to buy more. You know, Sean Booze, also great to see you. I would agree with you, but of the like 30 studies I've read at this point regarding stock splits, that's apparently not true at all. There's a small surge of buying, like right after the split, and then that's it. And then it's just like the equity is just priced, even psychologically, in the same way. DRS numbers are going to be quadruple what they were last quarter. I mean, yes, in fact, you're not wrong. But the number of shares that need DRS have also quadrupled. Who gives a shit? If a million new investors who couldn't afford a share before have come in to buy GME at $38, right? Um, they've still only bought 250,000 shares pre-split. Can you yell at the super stalkers to scare them away? I'm trying. Yeah, but those people are already underwater on their AMC, Ryan Cohen ETF. Slowhand68, thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker, trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Can you explain math to me? It's the study of measurement relationships and properties of quantities and sets using numbers and symbols. Mathematics. You expected VUPs for Rev today? It went up a little today. But no, not VUPs. I don't expect VUPs today. You berate me about my weeklies. I like it, and it makes me buy more. I hope you lose all your money. I hope that MM down prices weeklies tomorrow morning, 5 minutes after market open, and you don't have a stop in place. You think there's a possibility Jimmy gets put on Reg Show anytime soon? Soon? I'm keeping an eye on it. There's a chance. It's failing, I think it's failing at a higher rate than average, but I don't know how much higher. You know, GameStop is particularly liquid, right? It's not a very illiquid stock. So it's becoming more illiquid. Like currently we're slightly more illiquid than we were after Cohen's buy-in. The difference being that we don't have every institution and retail investor this side of the Mississippi piling into the stock. But it took a very long time for FTDs to start compounding on GME back in 2020. You know, we've had them compounding now since March. They may not compound sufficiently until like early next year. It could take a really, really long time. There's so many ETFs with GameStop in them. Why Rev 30C versus 35? Oh, they were just kind of cheap yesterday, so I bought them. I wanted a little bit of exposure. I don't want to buy the 35s for... Well, I mean, they're still less than I sold them for, I think, but I wanted a cheaper price on them. 3DD from Daddy Silverback? I don't even know who the fuck that is. When would you buy back into Revlon calls? I already have some. You know, peanut butter and pickles, sometimes I feel like you look at the screen and listen to me, but hear and see nothing. Can you say bullish things about Revlon? Bullish things about Revlon. With VIX being suppressed and seemingly manipulated, so much could we see another Volmageddon type event? I'm surprised we haven't seen more huge VIX spikes recently. I think a lot of the VIX shorts bailed in like November through February. And they started coming back in really hard in like mid-June. So they definitely shouldn't have done that, but most of it's repositioning, right? Some negative data come out, or is just everything falling with the SPY? I don't know if there was anything super important coming out today. There was what? Balance of trade came out this morning at 8:30, and import exports, yeah. I don't know how they went. I didn't really pay attention. I'll look. Let's see. Yeah, wait. What day is today? It's Thursday, right? Yeah. So balance of trade came in up negative $80 billion now. Although the forecast was higher, as was the consensus. It still beat the previous by $5 billion. Jobless claims are up, but they were expected to be, so right on expectations. Exports up, imports down. And then Mester speaks at noon. So, and exports and imports, very, very nominal change. So much use of mislabeling of the divvy by the DTC, with the possibility of it relating to it not causing any closeouts of share borrows on the SFT. It's very interesting. Sounds like bullshit. Speculative bullshit that no one cares about. Even if it were going to cause massive amounts of redundancies and short positions across the market, they simply just wouldn't do it, right? So good luck getting them to. I hope you have fun with that crusade. Dan's feels neglected. Come see the chat. Well, he didn't DM me. I don't know why he doesn't just fucking DM me. I found the cell number for both Walter and Gerard, VTI managers. God, I've been sending so many messages in YouTube chat. Are you on Top Chat or something? Yeah, because I don't want to look at spam. And if I'm not on Top Chat, I have to see the spam, and it's gross. Nearing peak elation. Not for 2 more days, J Fresh. I can't unspam you. I'm not spam. Why don't you just DM me on Discord? Why is there always so much urgency with your messages? But like I will eventually. It's not like critical breaking news. Text them. Be like, yo, bro, you guys got any fucking Revlon today? That should be good. Any comments on the cat price action today? It's still going down, right? Ooh, it bounced a little. That's encouraging. I wouldn't say that the bounce is confirmed, but it's not bad. Yeah, I don't hate it as an entry. I would maybe want more confirmation, but it's not awful. Oh no. Oh, okay. I'm safe. No, obviously not. Detective Dan. VXX is like detached from the futures contracts it's supposed to track. I think it has been for quite some time now. You did make Top Chat. Buckle up, Jan. Everyone say hi to Buckle Up, Jan. She gets lonely. Is the SPY lying to us? Is it gonna rip into close? I mean, it kind of looks like shit, right? Like it tested 416 and it's done nothing but move down. It doesn't look very rip into close. At least not right now. Yeah, Revlon has SSR. VXX is an ETN, right? Isn't that where they have to issue because they can't use ancient creation magic? Yeah, ETNs have a very strictly monitored locked float size. They actually have to file with the SEC in order to increase the number of shares outstanding. An Australian artist is selling a McDonald's pickle thrown on a ceiling for 6K. I immediately thought of you. Did you buy it? It irrationally ripped into clothes. I mean, it could. Does Rev 15 make 35 much more possible? Oh, yeah. If you guys could, hit the like button. It's a big help. In your DDs, you said FTDs are until the 10th. However, do you expect the price peak to be on Monday? Yes. I actually think what happened, and this is kind of how FTDs work, is that the FTDs rolled over in greater quantities from the 17th to the 21st to the 22nd, and then this is the 23rd. So I think you know, we're going to see the clearing of those FTDs in line with where they were cleared out previously. Like that's the point at which they would have been marked long, right? Is that final T+3 date. Ride, because you read that poopy DD. Lordstown Motors has traditionally been a big pile of shit. Are they benefiting from the energy bill? There's a ton of bag holders here ready to say just all kinds of good things about their garbage stock. Pontiff, drink it, and like everyone else in chat, I just feel like damn well complaining. Complain. Pointless complaining. I hope everyone is happy, feeling represented now. Thank you so much, Bithead. I have a coffee today. It's lovely. It has notes of caramel and dark chocolate. All coffee on this stream brought to you by Bithead, Pontiff of VWAP. Allegedly. Huh. Chances of Jimmy to 25. I don't know if it'll drop that low. I wish, but I doubt it. IV on Bobby up. It was up a little higher earlier, but yeah, they're pricing IV up a little bit on Bobby, which is good. It's like the first signs of life the fucking leaps have seen in quite some time. What's up, Jesper? Car filled with ants, had to clean. Didn't want to enter a cat position without monitoring it. Awesome, could have helped a lot. Can one become pontiff by giving away tens of thousands of memberships? No. Looks like I need, that's why I said allegedly. Looks like I need to roll my 35 cc's out like Moonwind. Can you help explain a good strategy for doing this? I'm thinking 819 now, since Jamie should be shorted down into that week. Well, hopefully, although we haven't really seen Jamie get shorted down at all for quite some time. If you were complaining you were not blessed by Lady VWAP, I'm glad your coffee is flavorful and enjoyable. Lots of love to you, man. Thank you, Bedhead. I appreciate it, dude. The price is about 40% higher. I think the IV and delta metrics seem to be inverted at some of the brokerages for some reason. Um, I'm not sure what the hell that's about, but sure. I just bought the Jan 30s because they were underpriced for a few minutes. They've stayed up like 10 to 30% since I bought them, kind of regardless of the price action, which is nice. That sounds disgusting, Spidey. What are you expecting for Rev in the next month? More shorting, chop? I think at least until OPEX. We could see a lot of chop. I mean, the next couple days may be similar to GME in regards to ETF FTDs. Hard to tell because it's not in any ETFs anymore. But the obligations that are outstanding should still exist. Where is Moonwin, and did we bully him into never being in chat anymore? I really missed that degen. I don't know where he went. Maybe he found somebody else to tell him what the best strikes for his covered calls were. Or he's just masquerading as someone else. Moonwind bought the housing peak. That he did. Maybe he got assigned on everything. That's possible. Do you miss Moonwind? No. Theory about this oddly long-lasting bear rally. The market doesn't give a shit about what is objectively true. We are and have been in a recession. The only thing that matters is perception fed from the power brokers. Nothing to see here. Midterms coming up. What recession? Sure. But, I mean, the power brokers are all buying literal fuck tons of puts for September, which is kind of before the midterms. Will you sell your Rev on a big price drop? I have stop losses in place, but worried about a big drop and then fast recovering, making it more expensive to buy back in. That's an understandable worry. I'll probably just buy more. If it drops, I'll average down. That's really the only plan I have for Rev right now. I don't think I'm gonna like actively trade it a lot unless like over the next couple days there's like a big bump and I get like a nice advantageous exit, and then I'll take that and then re-enter. But so earliest Rev could be back on Reg Show would be 8-9, right? Yeah, I believe so. I was looking into Reg Show regulations last night, and 5 days of fails still slops it right back on the list. As long as they're within, in excess of 0.5% of the float, or shares outstanding rather. Is now a good time to be DCing into Jan Rev calls? They're a bit pricey. Cap back to 195. It could. The entry's decent. That's a little better. See, that I'll buy into. See if I can get them cheaper. 185. Anyone remind you to change your quick tabs from 100 to 10? Yeah, I changed it. Sometimes it like reverts back when I update. And so, and then I forget to change it and I end up with like 100 0 DTEs on the SPY. Are BBY ETF FTD dates similar to GME? Same. Is Rev on F-Man or the other ones? I think you're suggesting much more, suggesting nothing much more till September OPEX. I think it can run in August OPEX as well. It may just have like, that may generate the last amount of like, so as the FTDs begin to compress more and more, each OPEX cycle is forced to provide more and more liquidity, right? And so I think it could potentially run on both if FTDs continue to compound. You think they want to keep the price below 950 to avoid Wall Street Bets FOMO? That's possible. They may want to just keep the price below 950 for their own margin, right? What cat calls did you buy? I picked up some September 190s. No, not critical margin. Just margin. If it stays below 9 or 10 at close, the market maker doesn't have to hedge the higher delta, like or the higher gamma strikes. What time frame is good for rolling Jan leaps on heavily speculative companies that sell towels and fragrant candles after August OPEX? I mean, where are you gonna roll them to? Probably after September. How many days have you gone without buying a SPY put? I bought some yesterday. Just like 10 more. Just probably to remind everyone that historically we spend less than 5% of our time this far above gamma neutral. Thanks. Thank you, Bear Fresh. 69 Bear. What about in the last 30 days? How much of our time in the last 30 days has been spent above gamma neutral? If Jimmy hits 80, I'm selling $40 covered calls. Yeah, cat puts are very cheap right now. How are puts looking on GME right now? Like pricing wise? Or just like flow? Turd. Puts are a little overpriced. Skews, like Delta skews probably still like a little bearish. In the last 30 days, we've spent about 3% this far above gamma neutral. That's not what I asked. I asked how much time have we spent above gamma neutral in the last, I don't care how far above gamma neutral we are. You're measuring distance. Well, I don't want the distance. The range. I want to know just how long we've been above gamma neutral for now. When was the last time they cared enough to short us? Jesus. I just want to feel loved again. Rev stopped updating on iBarrow on 7/29. I just popped back up today. Does that mean new ETF holding? No, it could just mean shares got returned. Someone sold. Someone bought and made their shares available to lend. Any number of things. Am I wrong in thinking there will be a better cat buy during SLD? No, but cat could still go over 190 before then. Does an intergalactic fairy bear shit in the woods? Um, Only if someone sees it. With Rev's daily volume trading in excess of its flow, is Reg Show basically inevitable over time? I think at its current fail to volume ratio, Reg Show is kind of inevitable. Any logic to these early morning mini runs on GME this week? But yeah, we have FTDs. FTDs and lower amounts of liquidity available to short in the morning. It's been going down for like the last 3 days. Puts on Oxy? Oh, I don't know about that. Weren't their earnings phenomenal? Oh, you want to know the pricing on them? I think puts are underpriced on Oxy. That doesn't mean it's going to normalize, though. I wonder what I should buy back into this. Just wait for below Buffett's cost basis. Huh. That wasn't me. We have an imposter among us. Ah, yes. Censored Ko-Fis. It's very censored Ko-Fi. Wait, did you even say anything? Thank you, someone. That's so weird to get one that doesn't have like a question or anything. I appreciate that. What PT are you looking to sell 916 SPY puts once it starts coming down? Oh, probably around the bottom, I would say. I'll probably start shedding position at like 390. Looking at Dillionaire. Oh, thank you so much, Cheese Steez. I appreciate it. Welcome aboard, man. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you added after the stream, dude. What time frame is good for rolling Jan leaps on heavily speculative companies? Okay, I answered that, right? It's gonna be a good idea to wait until next week's economic data before deciding to roll August SPY puts. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm gonna wait for. LTR PB 30-minute crossover. Not really roll them, I'll probably just close them. I think I already have a big enough position in September. What is happening here? Someone else did it. Thank you, Anon. LTRPB. 30-minute crossover MACD. Currently getting halted. That's exciting. Just sending money like a bro. Right, Eric? Just applied to quit my job. Should I give him my 2 weeks or just quit? I mean, do you ever plan on working again? Ko-Fi PCO only. With the macro data getting slightly less miserable in the latest rally, do you think SLD will have the same impact as the last few months? You mean the same impact as the last, like, 15 months? Probably. SLD is the third Wednesday before. It's, you know what? It's the Wednesday before OPEX. Because it's not always the third Wednesday. Usually is, but. Thoughts on the unemployment rate tomorrow? Jobless claims were up today. Thanks to the GD. I feel like a better trader every day thanks to you. Also, someone in the comments really didn't like your DD. Ah, whatever. Fuck him. How many more days before you're a homeowner? Oh, it's not long. Like less than 2 weeks now? I can't handle the poor's Discord anymore. It can be a terrible place. Some guy. Huh. Thank you so much, some guy. Rev T plus 2, good for Tuesday next week, or nothing special? Well, looks decent. Gamma exposure has been racking up. Higher, higher unemployment equals recession more obvious, right? Well, not necessarily. And technically, the Fed wants higher unemployment. They want less people working so that the demand drops and they can offset some of the supply shock and the price of goods. How would you articulate your new DD for those of us who are unfortunately unable to read? I would recommend that you purchase Hooked on Phonics, at least the first 6 series of it. I just looked up LTRPB. What's up with the stock? Can you look at the chart? It's just some other shit tiny stock squeezing right now. Right? They're all the fucking same. This is Liberty TripAdvisor Holdings. They're doing big rips. Looks bullish. About quadrupled in price in the last couple of weeks. I think they're a travel agent. I don't know who the fuck uses those anymore. Thank you so much, Rocket Mortgage. We'll call every 15 minutes to schedule the closing. Much appreciated. I actually don't need a mortgage though. But I do appreciate the offer. I have 900 rev shares, currently green. Not sure if I should sell and buy back cheap later, or just ride it out to have exposure. Ride it out and have the exposure. Huh. You know you could sell covered calls if you're unsure. Private. Thank you, Private Pickle. I appreciate it. Oh, fun. Boomers. Thank you, Edward Snowdan. Is it OPEX yet? No. Don't worry. We'll be able to lose money in a couple weeks. Are you money laundering $3 at a time through Ko-Fi again? No. Congratulations, Zephyrus. That statement hurts us because it's true. You'll be alright. Hmm. Man, Revlon volume's really small today. I'm excited about all this consolidation. Are you still just as bullish on Rev? Nothing's changed. I thought you were sus, but I purchased your recommended book. Hooked on Ebonics. Wendy still won't hire me, but I feel great, no cap. Thank you, Saman. Carl T's same like institutional interest in GMA. Yes. Thank you, my trusted financial advisor. What is going on with the Ko-Fis? This is very odd behavior. This must all be the same person, right? I don't know what you're... Stop giving me your money. I don't trust you. I need a serious talking to. Who's looking at 118% gains on Bobby? Decided to see how far it went. Now looking at a lot less. Why didn't I take profit? Call me an idiot, please. Sure. Have you considered that Rev Shorts watch your stream? That would be funny. No. I mean, you have to remember, I assume that of the people watching this stream, only like 200 to 300 of them are real. And the rest are bots. Some young guy. Due to an anonymous report by user Moonwin, oops, alleging financial crimes including money laundering, we have suspended your account. We will notify you of the outcome of the investigation. Thank you so much, Ko-Fi management team. Let's run a poll if we're real. I take offense to that. I'm just a lurker at work. Birds aren't real, man. But I've seen them up close. Have you ever been to Chicago? Better food there or New York City? I have. New York City. Chicago has some good food, but New York City has more good food. I'm real most of the time. I know you are, Dominic. Hey, Girk was out this week. When are you expecting more pressure on Rev? Later in the month, possibly? Yeah, I mean, like into OPEX. There could still be some over the next couple days. What's your timeline for Rev? Thanks for doing what you do. Back to the corner for me. I'm thinking the way it's lining up right now, it looks like we could have a small run in August and a bigger one in September. Based on how the FTDs line up with it being pulled off Reg Show again. If it goes back on Reg Show, though, that timeline could accelerate. Think about a buy right on Rev with 812 expiration at $8. Thoughts on the pros and cons of the strategy? Price of the stock goes to 5. Pro, you buy shares cheaper. Is it true that pigeon bears are a thing now? No, that's false. So August 19s are risky. No, just like for what? For GME or for Revlon? I mean, yeah. With the price of leaps, I don't understand why anybody would buy August 19s except for like a short term move. Like if you're trying to play the next couple days, August 19s are fine, right? But if you're trying to like play an FTD squeeze, you probably want something further dated. So why did RC move the Rev timeline? He didn't. I under-RS'd 100 shares from CS today, and it's all your fault. Ah, no. I heard rumors that you studied shorting at Shill School, Wisconsin. Is this true? No, it's false. My Shill School was on the East Coast. How do we know there are over 2 million ETF fails GME for 6/21/22? Because that's not just a function of volume traded those days, right? No, it's not. There could, in fact, be more FTDs due than are reported. Would you expect the price of Rev to stabilize in a higher range after a smaller August run or come back down? It could stabilize in this higher range. That's perfectly possible. What about 223 Rev versus 123 to capture January? Or is that unneeded? I mean, you could always do that at a later date when there's less of an insane spread on the Februaries. Please, this is very important. Please encourage everyone to post onto RSS their undrs shares. I'm sure they'd want to be the bot to be accurate because integrity matters, right? Didn't the website guy get banned? Who gives a shit? Am I usually sus of YouTube stock streamers? I've been impressed with your tactful navigation of opportunities. Nice work, Girk. Keep it up. Thanks, man. I appreciate you not sussing me. Because right now, I'm bussing. We see another bump on GME this afternoon. I don't know. Does it look like we're gonna? Probably not. There aren't a lot of FTDs today. There's some, but not a lot. I think we've seen most of those resolved already, most likely. I got permabanned. Really? For maintaining the integrity of the DRS bot? Unbelievable. They don't want the number to go down, right? Because that's FUD. Different website guy? Oh. Massive metropolitan cities have lots of good food. Major metropolitan cities, New York City, London, have the most good food. Okay. I don't think we're going to war with China. I should totally report to SS that I undr'd 1,400 shares to sell CCs. I just want the number to come in lower so I can laugh my ass off. I want the number to come in lower, but them to think it's higher because of the split, right? And then I want them to turn on the people that are saying no, it's actually lower. That, like, the people that can do math. I think that's going to be beautiful. I've never been to Scranton, Pennsylvania, but I believe you about Alfredo's Pizza Cafe or its ranking. Who ranked them? Themselves? This is the best stock stream in the world. Boom. I'll make a plaque. Seems like holding rev leaps for September OPEX and pick up some September calls for August OPEX might be a good play. Could be. Interesting how that would work out. I'm the best trader in the world. There you go, popcorn trader. I just tried to buy some Revlon calls on Saxo. Yeah, apparently they announced earlier today that they're not selling them to people or something. I unCS'd my shares and sold CCs so I could send you in a non-Ko-Fi with no message. Thank you so much for confusing me, Tyler Fisher. I'm in an argument with a friend. Can you explain if shorts have or could have closed all positions? I mean, they could have. There's been plenty of time. Have they? Probably not. Why would they? GameStop's still overvalued. Without them holding, this whole play gets wrecked, and I have to find another money glitch. Oh, there's money glitches all over the market. Ask anyone in here who's been playing EPAM, Cat, who made money on Revlon, Sega. Yeah, there's tons. It's irrelevant. The stock doesn't matter. I still like GameStop. I still think it's a good, like, has a lot of good future potential. But as far as like just making money on OPEC cycles, Sold so many CCs after the split, and the stock's only gone up since. Well, no, it went down for like several days. That was great. What you did was you sold CCs after I was like, I wouldn't sell CCs anymore. And then you were like, fuck Gherk, I know better. And then you sold CCs into a stock that's now only gone up for like the last 5 days. I fucking love EPAM too. It's beautiful, isn't it? No one even pays attention to it. It just goes from like 300 to 350 like once a month. And it's just, no one cares. You still believe in a squeeze? Yeah, it's possible. Thanks, Yaga. What's an EPAM? Don't worry about it. Do you buy calls to the 5th and the 8th? I have a few, yeah. Are the chances that we see 50 this coming OPEC slim or possible? I mean, that depends on if Gamma Max gets pushed up or not. Right now, it's pretty low. The capital requirements are too high for my port. I only have like a few options. They were hard to get a hold of. The options chain on EPAM was still pretty slim. It's getting better, but mostly I just bought shares. So you didn't help me with the whole rolling CC strategy part. You got sidetracked by Bithead. Oh. What was the question? I don't remember. You sold CCs and you're like underwater or something? Roll them up and out. Or buy them back. You have a few options. Thoughts on selling 185p for cat in September or further? Why? Do you want to buy some Caterpillar? That sounds terrible, a user. I'd hate to have a job. TDA wouldn't let me buy EPAM options a few months ago, apparently because of the Russia sanctions. Weird, they're not in Russia. No, not like a Russian company. If someone expected the price of a security to continually increase from here until the end of the year, would it be a better management of assets to buy calls or shares? Shares. Well, depends on how much you expect it to increase into the end of the year. What GME calls do you have for upcoming FTDs, OPEX? 40s? Just for the FTDs, not for OPEX. Are October 40Cs overpriced? I don't think so. $45, 4.8 delta. No, not really. Humor me, but for Rev to go into any ETFs beyond the one, is it even in the, if it's even in the one, there has to be market buys, correct? In order to gain the shares for said ETFs. Yes. The Bank of England raised rates by 50 basis points. Okay. Selling far-dated CSPs on Rev, genius or degenerate? You explain why it's a bad idea. I mean, the worst part about it is, well, first of all, they're going bankrupt, so you're selling the opportunity to let someone dump their bags on you, and locking up capital for a very long period of time. So you're getting a return rate of what, like 20%, but you're locking up your capital for 6 months. It's not terrible. I mean, right? It's not the worst strategy in the world, but it's risky, especially due to the, you know, fundamental condition of the underlying stock. Right, Jettle? It's backwards, but returns like 300%? No. There's no fucking way. I mean, not without margin. The return on Revlon far dated puts. Yeah, it's not 300%. I mean, you know, capital at risk for like an $8 call or $8 put rather is $800 for a return of 125. Even in the money. These are calls, sorry. $5. So yeah, I mean it's good. Don't get me wrong. It's what 5.2 divided by 8. 65% return on capital. Unless you know you get assigned, in which case, well, I guess you buy the shares for $6 less or $5 less. You're buying shares at $2.80 roughly. It's like 70 at the mid. Well, the mid's a little better. Out of the money at 5. Losers 58.6. Total 500. Thanks, Sang. Not good, not bad. Yeah. Not the worst. Not great though. You can use the premium gain as collateral. Sure, yeah. But if you get assigned on them, which is the real risk, right? Especially if you're selling them in the money. They're not like 1-to-1, right? If they were 1-to-1, sure. Selling like a 10p. Yeah, so I mean if you get assigned, you still have to, on top of the credit, you know, there's like 30% risk. Yeah, shorter dated ones are really good. You agree with Lauer's tweet that the industry has underestimated retail sophistication? No. Still seeing call buying on this rev consolidation. I think if there is, it's probably pretty minimal. Let's see. See what it looks like for today. Down 2%. And fundamentals. Nope. Yeah, looks like just straight up call buying. Some weeklies, but mostly August like 12th. Lots of Jan 9Cs. Those are good to see. Almost all of the buying is retail, but decent. Do you know the API to get dark pool data for a ticker? No. How's GME doing? It's fine. Kind of hitting our little midday dip here. How can we say? How can he say we are sophisticated? We have people putting potatoes in their posterior. Does the buyback need to be settled with cash? I don't know. Do you have GFEs? I don't I don't think so, because it's a credit position. I don't listen to or read your stuff. Weeklies are bad, MK. We've done the same shit for a year and a half. Just because you've cottoned onto it in the last fucking 2 weeks doesn't mean anything. What days in Feb do we have ETF FTDs? Feb 8th through 13th? Yeah. I think it was actually the 14th. It was Feb 8th through 14th, if I'm not mistaken. If you go back to my daily DDs from before that period, it says in there. We have them every T plus 3 plus 35 plus, or T plus 6 plus 35 plus 3 days after futures expirations. When do you buy most of your calls for August OPEX? On the 22nd? 22th? Monday market open? I usually buy some then, yeah. Depending on if it ran the previous Friday or not. CSV Jan 23, $8, 700 credit, 800 collateral. If assigned, I'll have 100 shares of Rev for $100, right? Making sure I understand CSVs. Yes. But you still have to have $800, right? So you need the credit plus $100. I'm not saying it's not good. The returns are great, but that's the risk. Can we see your GME chart? It's the top one. You said you think Rev will run in August, harder in September. Will both of those be around OPEX dates in your view? Well, yeah. It would be the August 19th settlement period and the September 16th settlement period. If it tracks with the compounding from GMA, right? From back in 2020. There's a big difference between Rev and GME though, and that Rev is not attracting a similar number of investors currently. November 30Ps on GME. Thoughts? For what? New Ryzen line out soon. Oh, cool. Down hitting my Rev 1 DTE 19 calls, making that MM pay for all my Delta. Suckers. Long puts to play downside. October seemed to have some high OI. But why wouldn't you buy them at the top? Like, why would you want to buy them now? Also, why would you buy them so far out of the money? Like, I guess IV's low now, but IV would be low on the downside move, too. November? 450. Yeah, like, I don't know if I'd get them, like, today. Why not, like, 35s? At least, like, above VWAP, right? So you have, like, some range for them to be in the money. More leverage? Is that the aim? Do we have any experience with WeBull IPO offerings? I just found out that was a thing. Thoughts? No, I don't. I mean, I generally don't buy into IPOs. What are your thoughts on the DTCC not issuing the split-end shares to brokers across the globe? I don't care. Schwab sending out beware crypto scammers email. Yeah, you probably should be aware of those. So we saw 11% first big ETF FTD day in Feb. Could something similar happen tomorrow, Monday, potentially? Yeah. Usually the like ETF FTD dumps drive like fairly decent positive price action. Like the ones in June were pretty good too. Before June OPEX. What you thinking about? Ranch? No. I am now. Would you be interested in starting a brokerage? No. Not particularly. Do you want to start a brokerage? Let's do it. Would Monday ETF FTDs create positive GEX on Wednesday? Not necessarily. Not if the price drops back down by then. You mentioned that Rev might be pushed down to 5. Is that still on the table? Yeah, absolutely. No, Revlon shouldn't be very affected by active funds because it's not in any. Maybe like active mutual funds, but the effect will be smaller than like active ETFs. like we see on GameStop. So like if there is any active trading, it's going to be minimalized. Thoughts on holding GME 9 to 4250 Cs over the weekend? Up to you. I don't know. What do you want me to tell you? Thoughts on holding them? I don't really have I don't own them, and I don't have any interest in owning weekly calls that are in September. What an odd date. Why do people pick weird fucking strike dates for their just the only ones that you like? If you're buying weeklies, you buy them for the week that you're in. And if you're buying further out, why would you buy anything that's not a monthly? Like the spreads are so much worse. I didn't know that my stream could be liked more than once a day. You said more or less a few months back when I asked you that you'd never tell why VWAP is so important. I figured it out now. I'll tell everyone. It's the easiest metric to trade when break occurs. There, I said it. Take that, Gherk. I'm gonna ban you now. The next time you speak in chat, you're banned. I'm watching the stream with no volume. I learned a lot more this way. Tag me in chat if you need me. Okay. I got you, JC. Guys, JC's a big shill, by the way. He's worked for Citadel all along. They pay for his membership with their Citadel corporate credit card. When do you know dark pool for the day? Like dicks or just like what's trading in dark pools? I can tell you like the current dark pool volume. What do you want to know it on? GameStop? Revlon? Revlon's at 67%. GME is at 38.4%. Ask JC to use the card to buy us all donuts. It's official. We're all shills stealing from each other. Probably. AMD running. A little bit. What's the dark pool volume on Ader? It says, go fuck yourself. Based on chat, I get the impression you're talking about me. Can you clip it? No, sorry. FTD days on GME. Cover some FTDs in the morning. Short to CNS. Price up again later in the day. Pretty much, yeah. And then, yeah, the number of FTDs that covered in the morning generally determine our midday price point. I bought some September 4875C, but I made a mistake. I want to get rid of them. The bid is 30% lower than my cost basis because of the spread. Can you tell me how dumb I am and also what do? September 48 and $75 calls. I guess wait until the spread's better? Or eat a loss? I like to think that the midline and the yin yang symbol represents VWAP, and Gherk wears the hat every day to subconsciously imprint on us how important VWAP actually is. No. Must be a squeeze candidate. What's the dark volume on these nuts? Wait, I'll go ask Trash. Excellent. What was the dark pool volume on GGPI? Oh, you bastard. Are 40s safe for next Friday? No option contract is safe. Especially not weeklies for next week. Would you entertain 819 puts on Rev? Thesis, buy pressure gone. ETF FTDs will be low. They can short again tomorrow. Flip to leaps next week. Too risky? It's a little risky. My problem is if they're shorting it, it's going to be like a slow bleed over a very narrow price range, right? I really just don't think there's that much profit to be gained. CCXI $40 is 103,000% increase. Time to short? Yeah, but the IV must be sky high. Like your put's gonna get eaten up by IV crash. ETF FTDs tomorrow expected to print in the morning, taper off, dump again in the afternoon. Generally how it works. What's going on with AMD? Lisa Sue can't be stopped. Yeah, she's amazing. It's going up. I'm waiting to sell covered calls. The Atlanta Fed GDP numbers came out. Is it bullish or bearish? I didn't see it. What's their like estimate, right? Latest estimate, August 4th, 1.4%. Yeah, it's bullish. It's an estimate, though. I don't think, like, anybody's gonna... It's not gonna, like, mean anything. The day Rev was on Reg Show, those FTDs would still be doing 13 days? Or is them being off Reg Show mean they satisfied those? No, them being off Reg Show means they simply came in below the threshold limit. Those FTDs can still exist, and they may still need to be settled out, right? Jimmy hasn't really had the kind of juicy dips we were used to before OPEX. Is that a bad sign for August OPEX, or does it matter? Or doesn't matter? It's not a good sign, right? We want to see large amounts of put volume before OPEX. So it matters. We're not seeing an excessive amount of put volume, I think, right now. But generally, the largest amount of shorting comes in directly before OPEX after the ETF FTD. So we'll see what happens after the ETF FTDs are cleared out, if they drive the price down or not. Why is HKD coming down? I full ported it at $2,400. I think the better question is, why the fuck did it go up? There's so many channels on my feed discussing their discovery of Rev, of course. Off Reg Show, if they get below a threshold limit for only one day. No. They have to hold it below the threshold limit for 5 days. I'm fairly close to having enough shares to sell CCs. Would you recommend weekly CCs? For example, selling 40 CCs for 812 on Monday, 8/8. I usually sell weeklies on GME. Only during OPEX will I sell them for longer than that. There's a theory on Revlon that FTDs will keep piling up. Yep. It's creating FTDs at a rate greater than it can clear them. Critical thresholds. Are Fed rates expected to decline? I saw mortgage rates are coming down. No. The last couple of Fed presidents have spoken have inferred that going into 2023, the rate will continue to be higher. Predicted lows for Rev could move back down to like $5 or $4 again. It really hasn't dropped that much today. To be patient with Rev, they don't have the opportunity to find liquidity. I do not believe so. I don't see any available sources of liquidity. And if buying continues and people keep buying into it, then, you know, it's very advantageous for those seeking to see price improvement in the future. The fuck is that? No, the regulations haven't been changed to prevent FTDs from burning MMs. The biggest change is in how Volga and Vana, like Volga Vana squeezes and volatility positions are hedged during times of high volatility, which prevents like a Volga Vana squeeze from happening. But I don't think anybody has any like volatility swaps on Revlon. How are you estimating daily FTDs before initial numbers come out? Well, I hadn't, but I'm not gonna fucking tell you. Just so I make sure I get this right, CSP premium collected immediately. Then, if called away, your shares are sold at strike. Am I correct? No, you buy shares at the strike if assigned. You collect the premium immediately, and then if you're assigned, you buy your shares at the strike. He said CSP, but he means CC. Yeah, I think that's what he means, but I don't know. I'll just go with what he said. You're yelling at ENJYQ, tech repair company, mismanaged by a former Apple exec that filed for bankruptcy, is trading at 6 cents and got kicked to the OTC. Total value play. Are you in? No, but I hope at 10,000%. Why are people selling options if they don't understand assignment? Super risky. I mean, it's like level 1 options. It's not that risky, but it's funny. Just tuning back in. Was today's run up on Rev the highest expected run before it's going to get smacked down? Or is there a chance it could give above 9 again before it sees 5? I mean, it could. We'll see how many ETF FTDs come in over the next few days. It definitely still has, I think it still has some carryover, but I don't know how much. Goldman note 6.3 out of every 10 options on the tape today are calls. This is a year-to-date high and approaching levels seen during the retail options craze of 2021. Really? That seems like horseshit. Like everything being bought on like the indexes is short. Where are you getting your information from? That sounds like a Twitter statement. Like some idiot on Twitter. Why hasn't GME chart adjusted to split? It's like some guy who's like, yeah, I know people at Goldman. They told me things. Nobody at Goldman knows shit who works there. Why hasn't GME chart adjusted to split on daily on WeBull, but others like Amazon and Google did it right away? I don't know. Does it matter? They'll fix it eventually. Try updating it, maybe? Trust Me Bro Incorporated. Yeah, right? I just want to let you know that I know that you know I held on to my In the Money weeklies on Rev for too long. Ouch. I know a Dan who lives in a gold dumpster. He's always getting slapped around with sacks. What's the dark pool data for SST? Ah. When should we see some significant price action for Rev for you to be even more bullish? I don't know. We'll see what happens in the next couple days. And then after that, I'm just waiting for OPEX. And then we'll see if it's going to be this OPEX or next. If the company's not going to go out of business, it's going to have to be re-added to ETFs. And anybody not piling into short volatility on Revlon right now is crazy. Someone please tell me what VOX is. Oh, sure, nothing. It's a fucking squiggly line. Why haven't you been flashing AMD on the screen and extolling Lisa Sue's... What? Extolling Lisa Sue's virtues every 15 minutes. I don't have any calls this time. I'm just like waiting to sell CCs. So I'm less bullish than I usually am on AMD, just killing it. The last run up, I exercised my calls. So now I don't know. I gotta think. I really didn't want to go long on it because I was too worried about the macro environment. I love how she just like everyone else is lowering forward guidance and she raises it. She's such a fucking boss. It's like what, supply chain shock? You know, massive over orders and inventories across the globe. No, we'll do great. Don't worry about it. The worst part is I believe her. I believe she will. Can you explain your statement about anyone not liking onto Rev? Short volatility is crazy. I mean, volatility on Revlon's at like fucking 200%. It's like 200%, 200%, like 300% IV30. There's so much volatility to short. No, Rev volatility is sky high. Is Lisa Sue your dream girl? No, it's platonic. It's platonic love. Your tone is slightly less bullish on Rev today. That's because I don't stay excited for very long, even when I do get excited. Maybe don't craft your investment strategies around my emotions. You know? That might be even worse than crafting them around your own emotions. I was at like peak excitement the day before yesterday. Now my excitement's at baseline. Like if Revlon went to $30 right now, I'd be like, oh cool, look at that. But you're still bullish on Rev, right? Have you seen me sell my shares? One of them starting volatility swaps on Rev defeat the FTD issues and any run up? No. When they short volatility, they use the ETFs to create liquidity. The reason they're not shorting volatility on Revlon is there's no source of liquidity, right? So if they shorted volatility, they have no control over the volatility on Revlon. It's beautiful. It's pure. Thanks, GG2. I'm trading Rev super well because I don't care about it like I do GME or BBBY. I need more plays like this. Just here's the trick, email. Just don't care about any of them. Even single stock ETFs only increase volatility, right? Leveraged ETFs trade derivatives. That's how they gain their leverage. So they would just they don't provide liquidity. Just the volume consolidation of Rev gets me jacked. You know what's jacking my tits right now, Carl? Is that the market makers like not pricing down the fucking IV at all. Like 2 days of this like stagnation and IV should be half of what it is, right? Like if this was GME, they'd have shorted IV into the ground already. But they can't because they can't control it, so they don't want to be short on it. It's literally the best. You do know that Revlon filing bankruptcy can pink sheet your money, right? I'm well aware. I'll be all right. What did DFE say? If 50% of the companies you invest in don't go out of business, you're not doing something right. Also, do you guys know the value of like Revlon's assets? Like their IPs alone are fuck. They've been one of the largest beauty companies in the world for decades. Makeup doesn't have IP. Yeah, it does. Proprietary formulas. Popcorn trader. Beauty's going out of style. Tell that to Ulta. The potential for like someone to swoop in and buy out Revlon's really high. Is it bullish that their only play is internalizing everything? Yeah. I mean, it just creates more fails, right? We're just like you look at Revlon's volume traded today, and instead of saying we traded 2.9 million shares, we can basically say we failed 2.9 million shares. Yeah, never underestimate a company's ability to sell snake oil to gullible people. Do you ever trade ARK? Lots of bearish options trades. I'm tempted to get some puts here instead of adding more to the SPY. No, I really don't trade ARK very often. Or at all. I've traded it in the past, a couple times, but not very often. Why would someone buy billions of debt? What are they actually worth? Currently, negative $34 a share. No, I mean, it varies day by day, but the rate of the fail to volume ratio is very high. Not long ago, you know, Revlon was hitting 130% fail to volume ratio, which is insane. That means for every trade, 1.3 trades were failing. And it was trading hundreds of millions of shares a day. Fantasy, RC buys Revlon, sells makeup at a discount so people can apply it to their waifu pillows. I don't think like Revlon will attract activist investors because of the massive insider ownership. Like the current largest shareholder owns 84% of the shares outstanding. There's no room for an activist investor. How does that work? Well, because it's the amount of volume generated to satisfy the fail, right? So technically, the less liquid something becomes, the more volume it trades. So you trade a stock, right? So one buy, one sell. These both fail. So you trade another stock to clear that, right? And then one of these fails. So say these fail. Then this fails. Right? And then so now you have to trade two to clear this one. And then one of these fails. You're trading two to clear this one, and one of these fails. And at 100%, they're all failing, right? So every trade coming in is failing. And then you have synthetic trades failing as well, right? So those are trades on the actual underlying, but then you have synthetic shares failing also, right? Which like allows the fail to volume ratio to go higher than 100%. So if it was just trades on the shares, the free float that were failing, then it couldn't possibly go higher than 100%, right? Because every trade would be a trade of the free float. But with ETF and market makers, you can have it fail at much higher percentages. What's to stop the insider who owns 8x% of 84% of Rev shares from selling, keeping us all bag holders? Well, he's got negative $5 billion in debt. So if he sold, all of his money currently would go to covering that. So he's very much incentivized to let the price of the stock rise, at least to a point where his sale, I don't know why he'd sell any of his own position and not just liquidate shares, but any sale would have to at least satisfy a large portion of that debt. If no one wants to believe the price that beauty supplies bring in, challenge. You know what? Revlon actually has good revenue, right? Like they're going out of business, but they have good revenue. They make money. Like they make a lot of money. Their problem is their debt and the increasing interest rates mostly. Yeah, 3 billion in revenue last year. I don't think people understand that. Like, yeah, they're if they weren't saddled with so much debt, they'd be a pretty profitable company. He's also been the owner since 1985, and his daughter is the CEO of the company as well as an executive at his investment company. Yep. Yeah, COVID was a big problem. How is it possible that other hedge funds don't see the setup with Rev too risky for them? Well, remember, if you read my DD the other day, volatility disincentivizes institutional interest. They don't like to buy shit that's high volatility. Unless it's like a guaranteed play, they don't like to fuck with it. It's an unattractive investment. They like consistent low volatility, constant growth, or persistent value. Did you say they're going out of business? They filed bankruptcy. Bankrupt. But then they received a loan for $1.4 billion, which has now shaken things up a bit. It's also illegal for them to squeeze someone. Sure, but it's not illegal for them to buy into something that has potential, right? Like if Revlon announces, you know, they're going to take this $1.4 billion and they're going to use it to, you know, resolve a bunch of debt and like, you know, projects forward growth again, then that's a perfectly reasonable, like that presents a perfectly reasonable opportunity for institutions to then buy in and squeeze the fuck out of the shorts. Kind of like Cohen's buy-in gave on GME, right? Like after Cohen bought in the second time on GME, institutions piled in because why not, right? Like and then they had a reason, like they had something they could tell their investors and their risk management and be like, you know, this is, you know, valid. Perelman owns a bunch of Sega. Coincidence? No, I think they own Sega. I think his investment group owns Sega. So now, if Tesla fails the test of VWAP with volume, would it be a great put scalp play? You're the best, Girk. You're lucky I don't ban you walking. I'd be very careful with this. Even if it fails, it may not fail by a sufficient amount. Yeah. It almost looks like it can break through. Like, I think it'll get a volume surge versus... I want to watch. But yeah, I think it'll get a volume surge. Would an institution be able to buy in as a short squeeze begins to occur? Yeah. It really just depends on their own risk profiles. Like, that's why we see, okay. So, volume did surge, but it broke down. I would still be really careful, though. This doesn't look like weak enough. So, a little volume pop, and then down. Yeah. Like, I just don't think you're gonna get that much room to scalp. Maybe wait for a breakdown of, like, the 60? Or a breakdown of the 30 here on the 5-minute. Like 924.78. Like, if it started to break down below that, then I would consider like a put scalp. It's getting a little more volume, see? So now it broke. That would be the entry. Oh god, I forgot what scalping Tesla was like. What a miserable existence. I don't even have a position and I'm on edge. Risk would be defined at 25.99. Good luck walking. Scalping Tesla ain't shit. Alright, fuck you, Carl. Tell that to your dead account. They can sell the assets. I want to go get... What do you guys want me to leave on the screen? Well, I'm going to get something to eat real quick. You want Spy GME or GME Rev? Bobby's back at 6:15. The Rugrats movie. GME Rev. All right. I'll be back in like 10 minutes. Or so. Pickle song? Sure.
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock.
It's me. I'm back. What's going on? I leave for fucking 5 minutes and people are talking about services, not our oppressors. Something revolution. Is this the Dans again? Would you say it's impossible to be a full-time day trader as a lifelong career? I mean, I think, well, no. I know people who do, like, if you're good at it, it would never be a lifetime career. If you're mediocre at it, maybe. And if you're bad at it, you'd have to find another job pretty quickly. ACIW dark pool percentage. Just go look it up. Why do I have to find it for you? What are you doing for me, bipolar bear? Let me go look up your bullshit stock tickers. 51%. How much do you want for this service? I want your undying loyalty. And even then, it's only one ticker per week. Done. You don't cut your sandwiches into triangles with no crust? No. Ooh. It failed its recovery. And someone's doing well. Ooh, I'm gonna buy some 920 puts. No, 910? 910. Fuck this market. It's fake. There we go. It's not. It's no, it's too embarrassing to say what this sandwich is. Someone DM me the link. It is. It is Bo Darvel. But I've made it with cave-aged cheddar and like $20 a pound beef bologna that I've put on white bread. It's pretty good. No, no one likes Marmite. That shit's fucking disgusting. No Wonder Bread and Wagyu sandwich. What's riskier, selling Jimmy CCs this week or next week? This week. You know what, Expert Pog? If you keep trading in the bathroom, you're going to get fired in no time. Don't worry about it. Your job will quit you. I don't know if it's smoked. It's from Germany. It's probably not worth $20 a pound because I live in New York City. So it's probably like $10 a pound anywhere else. But it was fancy. It had like this shiny wrapping. Imported bologna. I didn't full port into Tesla puts. That looks sucky. Still think we hit 40 on Jamie. Big short to the downside. Yeah, I think that's possible. We almost hit it this morning. We're off like 10 cents. So you're saying you paid more for the packaging than the meat? That's possible. It wasn't really packaged. It was just like, it had like the shit I had to peel off of it. Ivy isn't crushing on Rev. What gives? Well, I would imagine that it continues to remain a risk for the market maker. $95% of the things you say about New York City make me think it's a terrible place to live. Why? You really fell into the trap of buying expensive bologna. Chill. You know you've made it when you just make your fried bologna sandwiches with like mortadella. The song they're playing in the lobby is the VUP song, but the wrong version. Interesting. I know you don't care about Bobby yet, but Net Delta is super bullish today. Up 420K. I think it's prepping to take off. I see it. I watch it. It just takes time. And if I give it too much attention, then everyone gets all hyped up and does stupid shit like buys weeklies. So, you know, Bobby is regarded. And that is all. Rev is down almost 4%, but my 15 Cs are up a total of like $40. I love this stock. Options on it can only go up. It's expensive. Everything is overpriced. You live in a small apartment with roommates. I don't have any roommates. Your doorman hates you. That's true. VWASPs, New York City rats, New York City landlords. I'd still rather live here than anywhere else, though. And I've lived a lot of other places. Everywhere else is just fucking boring. Like, I don't know what the fuck you people do all day. You just go out and look at trees and you're like, oh, there's a tree. I better order some Domino's with pineapple on it before they close at 7 p.m. Ah, that Sunday traffic. What the fuck? So what strategy next week? Sell $3 in the money cover calls. Buy back before Friday. More? By the way, I pay you for almost every chat because you deserve it. This kind of entertainment education is worth more than all the handies the Dans can muster. Thank you. You could buy back before Friday. I'm probably going to sell them out of the money into the 19th. If I sell any in the money, I'll sell them into the 12th. Probably, I was thinking $2, but 3 is a little riskier. 3, you've got to bet on a drop below that psychological level at 35, and that could be rough. I watch you all day. When you're done, I restart the stream, waiting for you to start the next one. I love you too, Carl. You stay in your apartment all day. Why do you care where that set apartment is? The services. All the services. Anything I want at my fingertips whenever I want it. You say 90 minutes, a user, but I used to commute to Connecticut for work. That's bullshit. That's like 5 hours. Like if you're coming into the city at night, on a weekday, maybe. I mean, the order execution's better. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Can you have a VUP song for my membership? Oh, shit. Welcome aboard. I got you. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the country club. Starscream, Space Pirate. You better hope Rev takes off or I'm out of here. I will not stick around while you talk down on all of us from your electricless penthouse. It's okay. I'll just drive out to Philly and throw cheesesteaks at your house till you come back. Sega ripping. All hail Lady VWAP. Thanks for what you do, Shill. Thank you so much. Coming from the guy that looks at charts 18 hours a day. Listen, I like charts, okay? Meat logs. My one true weakness. Play. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck Darth is saying here. Play us pickle sing? What do you think about my 8.5 cost basis on rev shares? Too high? I mean, the company has a book value of negative $34 a share. You tell me. John Wilkes Booth. Thank you so much, man. Welcome, Cornichons, and thank your benefactor, John Wilkes, for giving you 1 month's free rent. Thank you so much, John. He's asking you for the Matthew McConaughey song. No, it's about round and bottom breakouts. I'm not playing it again. Uber ripping. I heard about that. Have you negotiated down your options commission rates with your brokers? No. They go down when you deposit more money. We've locked the float? No way. We haven't, though. See, there's still institutional ownership. See the gray names? And as long as they exist, they will be lent. Thanks for responding. With that logic, anything above a cost basis above 0 is too high. Oh, yeah. This play is absolutely degenerate. Like, we've waited for the company to file Chapter 11 and then bought in. How do I get shares for negative $34? Sell puts? It's called deep fucking value. You know what I'll do? I'll just change the membership levels so it's just Dillionaire and Pigeon Whale. Like a stock split. Because membership gifting gifts the lowest possible tier of membership. Uncornichon. It's called debt destruction. That would be a reverse split. I said a split. I didn't say a forward split. That's how we curb inflation. Think about it. This is the best idea I've ever had. I'm definitely kidding. I'm not doing it. I had to incur credit card debt to afford my Long Johnson all this time. Wait, aren't you a billionaire? What do you think about Sega? I had calls on it, and then I sold them. It looks like that was a good choice still. Yeah. Look at it go. The stock just does not give a fuck. Is it gonna actually hit my PT? This would be amazing. So if I buy 50% of the float of a company with my brokerage, will my brokerage help with the SEC filings? You probably need a securities lawyer. I miss Kool-Aid, man. I do too. Is there anything to the fact that today and yesterday's big candle pops on BBY came within minutes of each other during the day? Internalization dumped at the same time, or big entity buy-ins? I haven't seen a lot of big block trades on BBBY. I think don't they have 4 companies? They have something else too, besides VTVT. If you could only pick one, calls or puts for the rest of your life, but you'll get a 10% rebate on all losses for that derivative, which do you pick and why? Calls. 100% calls. Calls actually statistically, long positions do better than short positions, but short positions see larger value increases. So like performance in a short position is better, but the success rate is much lower. Infinite growth. 28 block trades today so far. 432K volume. See, that's really small though. Like that's not like big block trades, right? Like no one's buying like 1,000,000 shares at once. Is it true that weekly OPEX is tomorrow? Yes. Ow. You got a splinter. Infinite growth, same like JPOW inflation. Interesting. Is OPEX the week of the 15th or the 22nd? Settlement is the week of the 22nd. OPEX is on the 19th. That's the monthly options expiration. It occurs on the monthly options expiration date, and then the settlement for that extends out to T+2. Which is opening bell Wednesday morning following the expiration. Will steadily decreasing volume of rev affect the number of FTDs being produced? Of course. It's still quite high today, though. It's almost 40% of the free float traded. Tell me we weren't doing manual labor with those delicate hands. Not recently. How dare you, Blue Fire? Since you made fun of our trees, Splinter, same like Justice? I think it's a metal splinter. Possibly from my window when I closed it? It's gonna hurt. Shrapnel? Yeah, more like shrapnel. What's the ideal entry price for Rev Leaps? 35, 50, 60? The first time I bought them, I got them between like 20 and 36. So, I mean, that price is awesome. I don't know if that'll happen. Ivy's price too high now. Is it possible tulips are just in a consolidation phase after their run, possibly looking for another leg up soon? Yeah. I'm pretty positive it wasn't a radioactive spider. Did you produce Will Smith's apology video? Are you still waiting for your Revlon $35 entry? Yes. No, I think the edge of my window kind of like rubs against the framing. And so the dust at the bottom of the windowsill, which I accidentally touched, may sometimes have some like metal particulates in it. And one of those has decided to stab me in a very inconvenient manner. Huh. How do you know about that? Did one of the Dans talk? No. You need to stop explaining OPEX dates. Just pretend that it's a magical date that only you know about. Because that's what everyone thinks they are anyway. True. Intraday cup and handle forming bullish? Where's the cup? This is just down. It has to come back up to cup. I don't have a butler. Jesus. Two stocks, one cup. If you stack up the 3 Roombas, that counts as a Robo Butler? Interesting. Do you have a maid? No. But I have hired a cleaning service in the past. I don't have anyone consistently on the payroll. I'm not loaded. Well, I don't want to like deep clean my apartment. Like I keep my apartment clean, but I don't want to like go into like the trouble of like dusting everywhere and washing the walls and shit. So like once a season, I'll have someone, come in and give it a once over. Anything cool happened today? No. We almost hit $40 on GME. Do you remember what your trading style was like when you first started doing it professionally? Yeah. Which do you prefer and why? Rev September 16 or $19 calls. Or Jan 35 is just better. I mean, Jan 35s are the best. But September 19s might not be terrible. I have someone do that at my house. Some people call her my wife for some reason. Weird. I'm not muted. I just wasn't saying anything. I'll just wake you up on a green day instead. Okay, Popcorn Trader? Kenny working with Elon? Of course. Why do you think Elon tweeted about GME in January? Kenny wanted all that sweet, sweet volatility to short before he started giving away a bunch of money. I listen to you on Discord, but watch you on YouTube. It's like watching a Japanese horror film. Our cleaner gets to listen to you on full blast every few months while I work. Don't allow her to listen to music or wear earbuds. It's an education opportunity, I say. You're you're a terrible person, Snake Whips. Do you ask the cleaning lady rhetorically if she knows who you are? No? Why do you write everything in caps? Stop doing that, Mike Sells CCs. Bobby about to break view up. Good for it. I assumed you were. Hmm. Bobby's being weird today. Dun, 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 dun. Hmm. Thank you, Eskel, the mage.
Day 3 of no response from Pi-Fi. I often wonder if I'm in a dream. What is reality? What defines existence? Will will report my reflections in another log post. Huh. Do you happen to have any beds that are missing bedposts? I know a guy that can get that sorted out for you. BBY is holding steady above my cost basis. I don't know how to react when I'm not down 20% on my position. Help. I don't, what do you want from me? Looks like I've been gifted a membership. Not sure by who. What different access or whatever does it mean apart from my moniker is green? It's mostly just the green moniker, actually. SPY yesterday had the lowest volume day since November, and today is at 25 million volume with only 2.5 hours to go. What on earth is this liquidity? It's dry. It's dry as fuck, JMac. Buttlicker 8.5 after the split. Do you have Tesla shares? Yeah. You say still, but I've just had them forever. Hey Garrick, hope you're cool. Late joining today. So if you've already discussed, please ignore me. The post shared on your sub regarding SFTs, I found a compelling read. Have you seen it? No, but I'm sure it's just awful. Humongous, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon. I appreciate it, man. Stealth BBY cost basis brag? Yeah, I think it was. There's a surprising amount of pro DRS folks on our Pickle Financial. Yeah, they feel like it's their duty to come over there and like save people from the evils of selling covered calls and making money. They're trying to reach their fingers out to the furthest corners of the internet to ensure that nobody who owns GameStop is not DRSing their shares. No, being a Cornishon does not add people to the country club. That's dillionaires. Cornishon gives you access to emojis and removes your chat time restriction. Your subreddit is full of DRS missionaries? Basically, yeah. I sold out at Rev 35, Jan 35s earlier, hoping for IV crush, but so far it has not happened. Yeah, that's true. It crushed a bit from like where it was yesterday morning. I just got fired for writing in lowercase. Thanks, Shill. No problem, man. Okay, so I haven't read the post, but let me guess. It's something about like SFTs being due to the failure to properly split the shares. Is that accurate? No one cares. Thanks, Criminal Blues. If you give them a purple circle, they would just shut up. Ugh, never. Never, not in a million years. You know, if, no. Thanks, Criminal Blues. Could you share some thoughts on what you think about the spy before August 19th? I hope it drops before then. You see Bobby dropping next week after FTD covering? Or did we find a new low? Curious if it can be dragged back down to 5. Thoughts? I mean, easily. It's not that far off of 5, right? But the short position's been weakening. And the price has been getting more and more volatile. So it's hard to say. And it's definitely $5 is definitely a range it could hit. I don't know how much short interest is going to come in on it right now, though. Please post a purple circle of Rev shares instead. I wouldn't want to do that to the company that's already bankrupt. Revlon is an awful stock. Are you still holding your weeklies, turd? I'll sell you next week or the week after. Week after, right? What happened to all my... That was weird. Yeah, 17th. Thank you, 2Scoop. Can you explain the reason for selling in the money CCs with less time to expiry than longer dated out of the money CCs? More premium. Also, I don't want CCs, so to sell them longer and receive a similar amount of premium, I would have to sell them out beyond OPEX, which would put them greatly at risk of assignment. So I don't want to do that, and so I'd rather sell slightly in the money, capture the premium that way. And that also hedges the downside of the drop in price because I own the underlying shares. Wednesday before the third Friday, unless there's a holiday, then you have to add 3 trading days and subtract 4 calendar days. I think it's just the Wednesday before OPEX. I've been away for a few hours. How come you haven't pressed the Rev MOASS button? I've already got lipstick, red Lambo picked out. Thanks. Oh, God. Could I have an update on what's going on with these days, please, Gurk? On holiday right now, stopping by. I've gone big YOLO into Revlon. BBBY and GME are doing the same shit they always do. Except BBBY is no longer $5. It's now $6. I'm kind of glad I didn't FOMO into Rev. Really? I made a bunch of money off that. I've essentially gotten 5,000 free shares of Revlon that way. Plus a little extra. The rich get richer. I mean, everyone who bought Gen 35s the morning I did saw them go up 400%. So you 4x'd your money. If you didn't, then you FOMO'd, right? Like, you didn't time it right. They were 25 cents. I'm aware. They're still $1. What range are you looking at to average down your rev shares, if at all? I'll double down on them at 5 or under 5. If we go under 5. I mean, it wasn't even hard. There was like an entire hour there where you could have bought the exact same calls as me and tripled whatever money that you put into Revlon. You didn't even have to use your brain. So if you've lost money on Revlon or are underwater on Revlon, ha, 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 ha. Did that get rid of some people? Ooh, it did. Mean. It's not mean. It's just the truth. There's no altruism in the stock market. Get used to it. This isn't a fun, happy place. Just pop back in. Are people crying about Revlon? I'm stoked it's holding 750. Can you do me a favor, JFresh? Can you put on the bear costume and just put one horn coming out of the top of your head? Like a unibear? I'm unsubscribing and deleting my catapult messages. Yeah, but you're still bullish on Revlon. Yeah, sure. But it's a lot easier to be bullish when you're up. As like at least 80% of my GME bullishness is because my cost basis is like next to nothing. If I was underwater last year, this stream wouldn't even fucking exist. I mean, it's kind of funny, Steven. Hey, Gurk, my name's Aaron. Can you tell me what play and which stock will allow me to retire by end of week? Thanks, love you, bye. Oh, God. Although, I'm not even actually worried about the warrants. If anything, they're kind of bullish because the price on them's so high. I sold 8 calls at 400%, then sold CSPs in the money at 8 for another 700. And have limit orders at 5. I love Rev. Nice. Some of us still can't trade options. How is that possible? No, I'm pretty sure Lenixis was extremely wrong about this week and then sold yesterday at the bottom before it ran up. What you have, sir, is a sliver, not a splinter. Whatever. Can you elaborate on why you're buying so many Rev shares instead of sticking to options only? Sometimes it's nice to have shares. I'm doing my part to lock the float. What warrants? Don't SST me on Rev right now. There's warrants at 2093. They're not until 2024 though, JFresh. But at $20.93, there's warrants. And the company can force exercise them or mandatory exercise them at 150% of that price. Don't worry, if Revlon hits $30, you're not going to give a fuck about the warrants. ADPN, baby, up 178% only. So on trash brokers like eToro. So just open another. It takes like 2 minutes to open a brokerage account. People are like, Fidelity won't give me options. Someone will. You don't need just one brokerage account. You could have 50. People's behavior is just strange sometimes. They're like, Fidelity turned me down for options. I guess I'm not experienced enough yet. I'll just wait 5 years and keep doing what I do until something changes. Listen, Criminal Blues, IBKR will service you anywhere in the globe. I'm practically brain dead, and multiple brokers think I'm a Chad millionaire options god. Is there backlash for lying about for options requirements? No, it's a liability indemnification for the broker, right? So if you lie, the liability of the issue is on you. But if they don't ask you, then the liability could lie on them. So that's why you have to fill out that form. Because then they're no longer liable for the stupid, degenerate shit you do with your money. Will IBKR service my globes, Gurk? Probably. Dan's will service you anywhere, but they prefer Wendy's. True. Do you have an upper limit for account value due to insurances in case of bankruptcy? 500K. Depends on the account. Fidelity will cover accounts far larger, up to $1 million. For the record, I'm 3/4 porting on Revlon when the time is right. Made 300% yesterday, plan to make another. Get fuck nerds, make money, fuck the rest, even when you lose. Nice, dude. Is there any concern that the shorts on Rev will be able to suppress the price until it's added back in ETFs? No, because it'll still just continue to fail. It has a 7 million share float. What do we got, BMG? Just fucking... Oh, you can't say that. Do you collect things that are worth money? The answer is yes. It's worth slightly more than it actually is. Own an appliance you can resell? Boom. Adding to net worth. Done and done. I'm glad that got censored. I hear what you're saying, I really do. Rev isn't going to squeeze or make bullish VUPs because we sit around questioning the play and whine 24/7. We need patience after YOLOing in at $10 2 days ago. Now with all that being said, you're still bullish on Revlon, right? Yes, I still like it a lot. Have you surprised we haven't seen much profit taking in these rallies upwards? Usually we have large pullbacks as long as sell out, but it's not happening at all. It's weird, right? I mean, I assume you're talking about in like the SPY and stuff. It's very strange. If in August Rev warrants were exercised, would a September run be dead? They can't be exercised until 2024. And yes, the number of shares the warrants represent are insignificant. It's only like 2 million shares. So what the degens will hear is lie about options experience. Bi-weekly is based on Girk's theta plays. See Girk when you lose full port. Yeah, none of those things are accurate. If GME could break above 38.50, that'd be great. My 819 calls aren't loving this price action. $819.40 aren't loving this price action. Really? You're not even losing that much theta, right? Is your pickle gherkin sized? Thank you, Donzino. I'm so confused in CCs. In the money closer and out of the money. In the money closer, out of the money further out. I thought you want more theta when in the money to avoid assignment. Sure, if you expect it to stay in the money for a period of time. Which part are you confused about? Me selling in the money covered calls like next Monday? I don't expect it to the price to stay elevated for long enough for it to matter. So options application is basically a waiver. Essentially, yeah. I'm underwater on Rev so hard that I'm taking up basket weaving until I obtain buoyancy. Nice. 12, 15, 23 expiration. Are they priced abnormally low? They're relatively, well, the bid's very low, but the mid's 160, right? Whereas Jan 23, $17. The mid is like 150. So the theta is extremely cheap because it's a bankrupt company. Just because something might squeeze doesn't mean it will stop tracking. Also, why would you ever buy weeklies? Rev IV is too high. We're complaining until IV comes down and we can buy back in. Oh. Interesting. Do you have any economic data coming out at 2? I don't think so. I think all the economic shit's done for the day. OI and volume on 40C85 GME really high. It's pretty high. It was pretty high yesterday. Might be hard for some people to get a Rolex. Hey, Gherkin, we right in the middle of Revlon price action for entry. You said $5 potential, and then it's been to 9 before. Just don't want to be red for a month out. I mean, it's cheaper than it was yesterday, I think. Actually, no, it hit 720 yesterday. Tough call. You could DCA, you know, buy a little, and then if it gets cheaper, you can buy a little more. And then you end up with an average cost that's, you know, instead of putting all your money in at 750 and having it drop to 5. Why is everyone so far underwater with Rev? It's like no one listens to your repeated explanation of setting stops. Because this is what happened. Market opened, right? I explained the Rev thesis and bought shitloads of calls. And then people were like, I fucking hate this guy. I don't know if I believe him. Right? And then the price kept going up. And so we got to here and some people bought in. Right? Then the price went up even more. And then all the other people that were still humming, they all bought here at the tippy top. Right? Because they were like, fuck, I don't want to miss this freight train. And then so when they did that, we immediately came down. Right? Where they were like, oh fuck, I'm a bag holder. I've YOLO'd more than I can afford because I entered this play with no plan. Is it working? I was in the middle of being arrogant. Where did it go out at? The fuck part? Yeah, so so this part, you know, there's half the people are like, oh fuck, I'm bag holding. The other half that haven't, bought in at some point during this process are like, ha ha, look at you bag holders. Right? And then it starts ripping again. All these people are like, oh, thank God, right? These people are chilling because all their positions are up 300%. Now all these people are like, oh shit, I shouldn't have made fun of them. And then they buy here, fully completing the bag holder cycle. The next morning at market open, the stock price drops to here. And then everyone does big sad. Except for the people that bought here. They're happy. You forgot the part where JFresh felt the oh fuck energy and bought in there and sold the next morning for 50%. Well, yeah. I mean, that's in there in the middle of that first one, right? Now imagine a year and a half later, how many people have been doing that on GameStop for a year and a half? Clip it. $400 Jan 23. Ooh. No, these August 395s are terrible contracts. I should buy some more of them, huh? If I buy 7 of them, how much could I average down? Hmm. Fuck, I told myself I wouldn't buy another spy put today, and I just did it. Right? Any chances of the spy hitting 375 in the coming weeks? I mean, you could buy some 375 puts and find out. How would you describe a PB&J in the classiest of terms? It's the perfect amalgamation of sweet and savory. Sorry, I'm playing catch up. Why do you hope GME drops before the 19th? Do you expect it to drop from the 10th? Yeah, because I want them to build up a bunch of puts. So when they close them, we can rock it for OPEX. When Rev 420? That's unlikely. That's as likely as GME 420. That's like a black swan event, right? It's crazy. It's super improbable. Rev $4.20. That's a different story. That's very likely. At 10, 12, 100% of Rev's float will be in the money on the call chain and create a gamma-driven supply squeeze. If retail buys, holds, and exercises, this can go to 50 easy. The MM do not have the shares. I know. But I'm also not going to, like, pump it, right? Just if people are interested and they hear the thesis, awesome. If they're not, I don't care. I did not, and I'll squash you with my sandal at fearless leader of the VWASPs. If you're killing wasps with anything but a baseball cap, you've failed. Have you started to DCA rev calls yet? Or are you waiting for IV to simmer down? I'm kind of waiting for IV to simmer down. It's not doing that very much, though. I didn't sell any covered calls on GME today. I really don't have any intention of selling any until Monday, unless we run super fucking hard tomorrow. For the secret super stackers in here, will you explain why DRSing the float won't cause an audit and ignite MOASS? Because no one cares if the float's locked up. What audit would occur? Where is audit coming from? Who the fuck's auditing single equities? It's sure as shit not the SEC. They don't even want to audit the stocks on the fucking reg show threshold list. Now there's an audit involved? This is pure conjecture. Are they going to sue for an audit? You know what's going to happen? They're going to come back and be like, hey, you guys own the float. Delist the stock, and then that's it. We'll do our own audit. Gork, I'm buying September 10s for Revlon. Hold on, I don't like this. Let me sell my position first. That's way too close to the money for you, and it has far too much theta. So Super Stonk's dream is that they register the float, the SEC comes in and freezes the stock, performs an audit, and the NYSE delists it. No, there's no profit part. That's the whole story. And there was much rejoicing. I mean, yeah, sure. How would delisting GME from NYSE be beneficial to stockholders? Well, here's the fun thing. It's not. But do you know who it's really beneficial for? Over-lent short positions. Because they can cover everything in the OTC markets after it's delisted like that. Can't help but be sus about the current Rev IV. Why haven't institutions shorted IV yet? Because there's no liquidity. You don't go and short IV on something where you have no source of liquidity to bring IV down with. They're just going to take a short position on IV. They have no control over the price of the stock. It's not in any ETFs. There's no shares available. Seems unlikely they'll go back to 3. I figure if I can hit like 50% of my previous profit range. So if I can get them at like 6 or 50, like 60 cents or 50 cents, that'd be ideal. Sort of. Pipe dream is that we're close to DRSing the float, but we're not. We're nowhere near DRSing it. There's like 13 million shares. So now, what, 52 million shares or something DRS'd? Sure, 58 million shares DRS'd. The rest aren't DRS'd. There's still a lot more. Like 200 million more need to be DRS'd. So Rev is a stalemate. I mean, until no, it's not a stalemate because you need to keep generating like energy in the system. So liquidity needs to come in because there is none. And this is the point at which shorts capitulate under the massive piles of fails they have created. Not even shorts at this point, just any participants have created so many fucking fails. Option sellers, the DMM, shorts. I mean, the only catalyst Revlon really needs is interest, right? I don't think those Jan 35s have been under 90 all day. IV is rigid as fuck. They have not. I'm sure institutions would love for all retail investors and all walks of life to DRS all their shares and ensure that at all times that they can track any risk retail represents in the market. If RSS gets their wish, DRS the float, then RC just releases shares and the whole thing blows up. Why can't they see this? Because they don't understand how publicly traded companies attract investment capital or grow. Like nobody's taken business 101. We should buy the 7 million Revlon float, DRS it, and throw it in SS's face when it doesn't squeeze. Couldn't RC just release shares anyway? I mean, they'll probably have to at some point. I feel like I explained it really well to someone last night on Reddit. You know, retail, particularly Superstock, is trying to dry up liquidity. And they're really not, right? DRS doesn't actually dry up liquidity. It just makes the market that participants are in smaller. So it shrinks the market size, but it doesn't actually dry up any sources of liquidity. And then GME as a company has done nothing since June of last year but attempt to increase liquidity. Right? They've released shares in April and June of last year. And then they split the stock. So, you know, since these are inverse each other, these goals, you'd think that that would be seen. They'd be like, oh, you know, but GameStop's doing the opposite thing that we're doing. Heard it all now. Prince of Persia has cleaning staff. Probably people who shop for him, dress him, cut his steaks for him, taste the food just in case it's too cold or hot. Best of all, wipe his ass with $100 bills. Thank you so much, Grandpa John. No, never. I only use 20s. They're softer. The hundreds come in too crisp, and you don't want a paper cut on your anus. Thank you so much, man. That's because you don't have to be intelligent to have money. Those two things are not positively correlated. $7.5 across the 7 million float means a cost of $52.5 million to buy the float. Sounds moderately possible to actually purchase it in its entirety. I don't know. That could potentially happen. I mean, if the price of the stock goes above $10, market makers will have to do it for everyone anyway. What do you think you know that they don't? Not trying to troll, honest question. But, I mean, they're not trying to get you a short squeeze. You're talking about two people that have very specifically said they don't care about a short squeeze and they don't think there's any potential for one. They're both shareholder advocates. You're not a shareholder advocate. You're a filthy degen that wants to get rich on MOASS. If you are a shareholder advocate, go get a little sign, draw on it with some marker, and march around Wall Street complaining. No problem. You flip the SPY switch from VUPs to dumps. I think it's stuck in the middle. That's a good thing. What should my sign say? I don't know. Lock the float or something. Wasn't that Occupy Wall Street? Yeah, that was super successful. Anus for mod. Thank you, Silence of the Dans. I'll put him on the list. How likely is it that Rev drops to $5? It's a pretty good chance. What if I own no GME? Well, then you're nothing to be concerned with. If Rev does drop to $5, are you going full port? No. That would be stupid. I'll buy more. I'll like double down. How are your in the money Amazon CCs doing? What's Amazon trading at? They're not assigned, I know that. They could get assigned. The potential's decent. There's still like some time to expiration. If we're stagnant between 35.45 before 8.19, August is a no pex. Probably. Yeah. My son will say, I'm gonna dip my pickle in your mayo, Kenny boy. I need that Drake meme. Damn it. I gotta go make it. We'll do it later. Write that down, though. When's SLD? 8/17? Yes. Just stream on Twitch so you can say Sag and copium to everything you say. If there's no liquidity to short, where's such a huge down move going to come from? Well, a drop to $5 isn't like a huge downside move. But retail will capitulate the longer they have to wait. That's always true. Retail, like anytime there's a big price run, right, and retail FOMO's in afterwards, price goes up, retail FOMO's in here. If they bleed the price out, retail will sell off. Not all of it, but some. Then they can shoot it back up again. Market psychology is very consistent. Are there any monkeypox plays? I was in Sega, but I sold when it hit like 22. Who's the DMM for Revlon? It doesn't matter. It's either Virtue or Citadel, but it technically doesn't matter which one it is because they can both act as DMM on it. Go make your meme. I've got some questions for chat I don't want you to see. I'm definitely just gonna watch you all day now. Doesn't VIX measure overall puts in the market? No. VIX measures volatility in the market. It's the index of volatility on the 500 stocks held in the S&P 500. Biden just declared monkeypox a national emergency. Cool. Yeah, there's volatility measurements for other indexes, but they're not as popular. No, IV on VIX is the price of risk on volatility. Is the price increase to 45 considered a NOPEX? And that would be a greater than 10% improvement in price, right? So in general, you don't believe that the CS movement on its own has merit for GME. I don't think the CS movement has merit on any stock. It does have merit. You're right. It does have merit for computer share stockholders. Their cash on hand and cash from billables has gone up like 3,000% in the last half or the first half of 2022. So it does have an impact, just not on the shareholders of the stock being registered, mostly just on the people, the profits of people collecting fees on that stock being registered. Critical margin, same way like sunk cost fallacy. DRS started and our price has never gone so high again. But that's because it's scary for them, right? They're afraid to run a $10 billion stock with their 500 billion in assets under management or trillions. No, GameStop's not going to go bankrupt from computer share. I'm sure the fees are wildly excessive compared to what any other company pays because everyone else is just employee plans, right? Like their common stock shareholders are not fucking, assigning them fees every month for accounts that they have to continue to maintain. So there's definitely a cost. It may not be excessive, but there's a cost. Ko-Fi. I hear what you're saying. I really do. Rev isn't going to squeeze or make bullish VOPs because we sit around questioning the play and whine 24/7. Wait, this is old. There's no Ko-Fi. I don't know what you're talking about. Liar. You lying son of a bitch. Freeman told me the CSVs don't matter and wouldn't affect BBBY at all. I'm sure he doesn't know what the fucking price of them is either. Wait, read my Ko-Fi again. I went 2 for 1. No. Thanks, Brian. Last name here. Congratulations, or good luck on getting your consulting job. July to me in August. Shame. What about 812 1050 straddles on hood? Why? Yeah, I heard about the what's up, Brendan and Ellis Fun Adventures. I already heard about the monkeypox thing, and I'm definitely not buying up APDN. $129.23. I don't know what date that is. I just bought them for $250 each. Each? Is this a pricing glitch? $9. I don't even know what fucking contract you're talking about or what month that is. Jan 23, 2023. Hmm. There is no Jan 29, 2023 call. There's a Jan 20th, 2023 call. And the 750s are $2.42. Oh, so you got a fill on these at 250? It says the last was 285, and only 4 of them have traded today. That's even more confusing. Oh, okay. True or false, you're diamond handing some AMC shares. Thanks for all you do. It's not false, but it's not by choice. I just bought 10. Yeah, the volume may not have shown up yet. But they're Jan 23s? I still don't know what date you're referring to. What's your cost on AMC? It's like fucking $4, I think. Cash App gonna save Gurk's bacon someday? I have a significant portion of my net worth in ACIW, positive cash flow, meeting earnings, which is increasing, 154 million of share buyback remaining, immune from monkeypox. Why are we talking about this instead of Rev? Oh, I can tell you why, because I don't care. Stop trying to get people to pump your shitty stock. To be fair to the ACIW guy, you had the same reaction of, oh, I don't care, when someone pitched Rev. It's true. And I didn't. I have my entire life savings invested in self. The collateral is the bankruptcy, liquidation of their assets. They have like 5.4 billion in debt, I think, actually. Bank of England predicting 5-quarter recession. Nice. Ugh. The CFO sold shares in December. They have an outstanding share buyback. This looks like BBBY all over again. Except without Cohen. I'll look at more financials. They missed last earnings. They only beat on revenue. Made some money on Canadian Pacific today. Thanks for all you do. Also, quit buying 100 spy calls at a time. I fixed it. Balance sheet went down through 2021. They have 1.91 billion in liabilities, and total current assets are 93.4. Book value per share is $10. Cash flow has gone down for 2 consecutive quarters and down 37% year over year. Gross margin has gone down. Price to earning ratio is down. Why do you have half your money in this? Are you short? There's several trade schools in my area. That's a different trade, Baj. Which ticker are you reading about? ACIW. Yeah, I've seen it. It means nothing. Prestige. Did MM's price up IV and hold it there on GME back in the day like they are with Rev? Yeah, actually, IV, yeah, at a certain point, IV spiked on GME and it never came back down. It fluctuated, but it never came back down to the lows it was at, like in mid and late November. After that, it was just it dropped a bit after earnings, and then just immediately rocketed it again. Did I price up the? Wasn't there this basic thought process of the red plays that was easiest short ever, and now it's not, and short hedge funds are stuck underwater, especially with limited liquidity pools. Yeah. That's correct, Pookie. So extrinsic and intrinsic value should rise in the contract. BBIG is halted because of T12. Additional information requested by NASDAQ. Ooh, someone's in trouble. Still hoping for a better deal. Yeah, I have good to close orders at those prices too. The GME chart looks like someone trying to force a beach ball underwater. Nice. We've been in Rev, what, 3 days, and people are losing their minds. Give it some time. Not Girk's fault you bought weeklies. They can't give it time. They didn't pay for it. Followed you on that Tesla play. My first time trying out options on a stock. Made a hefty $14 before hitting my stop. Drink, singular, on me. Thanks, Godfrey. It's not about flexing. It's about defining what opportunities you can afford to take and what you can't. And assessing your risk in that opportunity. I can take more risk because I've made more money. You can't. So don't. Right? It's simple. It's like an RPG. You gotta go farm the shitty stocks. Disliked. Girk, you shill. I can't believe you got me into this mess of a stock. My contracts are only up a penny today. How dare you make me make money? It all makes sense now. Exactly. Except I would never play WoW. That game's terrible. Does Google tell you how long a subscriber is viewing the channel per day? No, don't worry. Nothing that embarrassing, Johnny. Mike Bibby. Interesting, PK. Noted. I'm going to continue to call it Bobby. I bought some September 910s today. Robin your hood. Mostly because I promised myself I wouldn't buy any more puts on the SPY. So I was like, oh, I can get around my own rule and buy more puts on Tesla. But then I bought more puts on the SPY anyway. Is paying a financial advisor paying someone else to level up your character? Yeah. But like they do it really slow. You were not born into millions, were you? Not at all. Is there an ETF for the housing market? There's an ETF for everything you can think of. Any financial sector. There's hundreds of ETFs for the housing market. Could ETF FTDs already have been covered on GME, causing the uptrend this week? Sure. Yeah, they can always be covered in advance. I don't think they were, but they could be. What date are your spy puts? All the new ones I've been getting are for September. September 16th. Would you ever consider buying a trading platform, e.g. NinjaTrader? If so, which one and why? No. And I wouldn't. Sega Breakout. Ooh. I just bought calls on that again. What's it doing? Why didn't I get a notification? Oh. Well, that's exciting. I mean, GME volume's pretty fucking dead today, too. Peep Codex, they have testing kits for the pox. Looking bullish with volume. How do you not know when you have monkeypox? Like, oh, is this just my genital herpes or is it monkeypox? Like, where's the confusion there? I feel like if you get monkeypox, you know. You can be contagious without being symptomatic. Interesting. I'm sorry I even said anything. It's okay. I just want to know if you're actually short the stock. Like, you said you're in it, but you didn't say if you were long or short. Can we go back to all that talk about tips touching? They touched on the 1 hour. They have yet to touch on the 4. Something big is brewing with Rev. No volume. Ivy is stuck. Internalizing. Yeah. What we should be discussing is how a fucking toddler got it. What? Probably contact with open source? Jesus, man. You don't have to go to the darkest possible scenario first. No, I won't, Grim 2. Unless you wear an eye-whore condom. Why haven't you started marketing those yet, by the way? Hey Gurk, are spy puts with some theta looking alright now? I've got some 395 August 19 that are underwater a bit, but do you think it will push higher? Do I think the market will push higher? I mean, I think the market failed to test a 416 in the pre and 15 yesterday, and it has not traded as high since. So it does look like a reversal of trend. I don't really think that August 19s have a lot of theta, but they may have enough. So yeah, where did GME go? There it is. God, this is like one of GME's flattest days, right? Or is it just me? Like the entire range of price action today is what? That can't be accurate. 5%? $1.89 in price fluctuation? $1.98. $2? It's very narrow. And then in the last since 11 o'clock, the price has only moved 71 cents in either direction. Green is green. Yeah, true. It's actually $8 pre-split. Is it really that narrow? Nothing's pre-split anymore because the split happened. It's a totally different environment now. It's similar, but different. Like, the trading environment is not the same. Support and resistances are different. It's just, there's no point in making a comparison. It is more liquid, and the bid-ask spread is still narrowing. It's now at like 3 to 6 cents at the money. Why is theta messed up for weekly options? On what? Go, Rev, go. I take back my apology. I'm glad I said something. I'm long until crypto takes over our payment systems. Oh, Jesus. What's your time horizon on this investment, Bipolar Bear? And why are they the payment system of choice over literally everything else? Like Square, PayPal, SoFi, like everyone else who operates payment systems for banks. What makes them special? And why did their CFO sell off his shares? or 10% of his shares. Before a stock buyback, which is really odd. But Superstock said Jimmy's creating their own stock exchange. Fuck. Does Jimmy not look very similar setup to its early run in early November? Thanks for all you do. Maybe. They're most likely leaving Rev alone until next week when Ivy comes back down. Ivy may not come back down next week. Revlon is a tightly wound coil. I'll get out of ACIW when Spy 520 happens. Okay, well, so your time horizon's just insane. How long am I gonna have until I roll these BB by 20 CSPs? You made me sell in March, which are now November 23p for various reasons. It's getting ridiculous here. Wait, what? So you sold $20 CSPs back in March, and now they're 23p's for November. This is amazing. Why didn't you just close them when the price went up in March? Curious if you've got an exit plan. Sort of. Yeah, I mean, I'll be watching the next FTD report. I think the next two OPEX periods could be very interesting. Or if it starts to get added back into ETFs. Jimmy looks like a kid trying to draw a straight line while holding two markers. Why would they add it back in? Well, if Revlon could pull their bankruptcy back, and it's still part of indexes and stuff, right? Now at a higher weight at these prices. I sold them right as it was about to dump, but it's a good price. I mean, you can keep rolling them until the price of the stock comes back up. Puts are still expensive as shit on BBBY, right? What are they? November's right now? Yeah, can't you just keep rolling these for more capital? Like, eventually you're gonna have to capitulate and buy the shares, but... I keep rolling out for profit, but they're tying up capital. Yeah, they do that. I mean, that's the downside to CSPs, right? How quickly will we know if Rev is being added back to ETFs? We probably won't until it is. Yeah, initially it's a very good thing. So forecast 250K on jobs report tomorrow. It's not dollars, it's just okay, anyway. If we get higher, then it would further confirm recession likelihood. Bobby looks good. Looks better. Hmm. Well, we haven't quite double bottomed yet, but we're close. If retail was smart enough to pile into sold to open at the money puts on Revlon, would that be a safer play? Then underwater positions can be rolled instead of bag held. Sold at the money puts. Yeah. Hard to affect that on any large scale, though, right? So it's unreliable that many would do it. Would you consider averaging down in Rev at any point if it continues to bleed consolidate for another week? Or you're not going to chase anymore? What would you change your mind on Rev? I'm doubling down if it hits 5 or under 5. Is Jimmy going to dip into a Friday close? Probably not. There's a decent chunk of FTDs due tomorrow. And mostly Monday, but they'll be doing shares or options or both. Well, it depends on if IV drops or not. OI on VIX calls for September 21st, 2022 is redonkulous. Yes, it is. Well, SPY break 414.66. It did yesterday. I tried looking at Rev with normal candlesticks. Gross. It's not that bad. There are a lot of FTDs for Rev over the next week, too. We're not sure because of its lack of transparency in its ETF inclusion. There should be, but I don't know if those FTDs would be settled with it being removed from the ETF or if they would just still be outstanding. They would probably still be outstanding. When PyPhi says I'm doubling down if it hits 5 or under 5, keep in mind that he made 50K from it already. You, the viewer, may have not, so don't blindly ghost his plays. Thank you for the disclaimer, Yaga. It's appreciated. You're fine, Bipolar Bear. And Spy has traded 6 million volume in 2 hours. It's really bad, I know. Taxes for New York State must be intense. They're not cheap. They're not cheap at all. More puts? And I really don't want like 413s. 410? Ooh. You should move somewhere in the Midwest. There's where there's not state income tax. No. I don't think Tennessee's in the Midwest. I mean, it is, but it's not, right? I'm paying 37% in taxes every paycheck, and suddenly I believe in smaller government. That's how that works. People on the coast refer to those as hot dog water states. Are you familiar with the Hudson Valley? I live in Beacon. I know of it. I know where the Hudson Valley is. I think I know where Beacon is. It's somewhere I don't know, like somewhere out in the boondocks. All places west of New York are the Midwest. Yes. Husa? Yeah, I don't like it that much. Isn't that like an old DFE play from back when we were in the middle of a bull market? My trading view is laggy. Oh, sure. What are you trading on Rev? It's like not doing anything. Near Newburgh and Poughkeepsie. Those are places I've heard of. I'm back, baby. Yeah, they're... New York City has a vast backyard. I try to stay away from upstate New York. It's very, green. It's full of hicks. Upstate New York, same like Midwest. Yeah. Full of what now? You've got to visit Sharon Springs, man. For what? The Springs? Is this like a geological formation? Don't worry, I had no intention of doing it, Eric. Nice, Tankerific. When Rev 10, I've been playing for more than 12 hours and I'm not up 400%. Please advise. I don't know. Soon? See what happens. Still moved to Miami to avoid taxes. They're still making dumb money. Trust me, do it. I hate Miami, but that's for entirely different reasons. You'll thrive there. No, I won't. I'll never go to Florida. No matter how much money I save on taxes. You can't make me do it. It's disgusting, and they have big bugs. And crazy shit happens in Florida. Shit that's not even logical. If I die in a random stabbing on the street for my wallet, at least that makes sense. Buy a mansion in Puerto Rico. I've thought about that. But then I have to rebuild my mansion every year when the entire country gets like, or state. Is this state yet? It's not state yet. It gets fucking wiped out by a hurricane. And then they'll enact statehood and my house will be worth nothing. Territory? Sure. I can't even get my insurance to fix my car. I'm not gonna trust them to buy me a new mansion. Why wouldn't I go to like Cyprus or Monaco? And then I can just trade oligarch money while they all hide from Putin. New York City homeless people are crazier than Floridians. Yeah, but it's something I've spent my entire life navigating, right? Are you concerned about the Tesla shareholder meeting tonight in terms of holding puts? Not really. They're for September. Hmm. La Biblioteca de Soto. Interesting. I have a friend who went there because he was a trader and like he wanted to move there for the taxes. But he spends like all his time in his gated community. He's too afraid to go into the cities. How does one navigate New York homeless persons? You just don't look them in the eyeballs. Never make eye contact. I mean, that's a real risk, right? BMG can't have that either. The Bronx is part of New York City. There are two gas stations next to each other, one of which is a full 50 cents higher than the one immediately next to it. Why would anyone throw away money on anything other than weeklies? Yeah, but you know, New York has a lot of other great things, like your neighbors not up in your fucking business all the time. You don't have to be friendly with anybody. If someone does something and you don't like it, you can just tell them. If you embarrass yourself, you'll never see any of those people ever again for the rest of your life. It's it's the best. I have like 10 Michelin starred restaurants within a 20 block radius of my house. Literally anything I want to buy or procure is immediately available at all times, almost all hours of the day. If I want to do my grocery shopping at 3 in the morning, boom. Says the guy who got kicked out of, what was it again? Outback? TGI Fridays. Wasn't kicked out, I was banned for life. Fine. 10 James Beard Award winners within 20 blocks. Watched a family get yelled out of a bagel place during a breakfast rush because they didn't know what they wanted. Well, then they shouldn't have gone up to the fucking counter, right? What an inconsiderate bunch of pricks. It's like, oh, I'm gonna stand up here and do my. That's what Californians do. They're like, oh, let's talk. Oh my god. Have you seen the movie Fresh? Never grocery shop at 3 a.m. False. Grocery shopping at 3 a.m. is the best. Why Rev no go boom boom? Must wait. Patience. Small popcorn trader. Was your neighbor very loud last night? Yes. Whoa, what? Story time. Why did you get banned? Okay, so I was like 19, and I'd had some more than one Four Loko. The good ones, back when they were basically just crank with alcohol. And then, I don't remember a lot after that, but there was barbecue sauce, and I was naked. You know what's something I fucking really hated about California? Is people will stop their car in the middle of the fucking road to talk to someone. Not just like wave, oh, like, hi, I know you. Like, they'll stop, block traffic, and talk to their neighbor. I didn't get banned from California. Did your friends not tell you the story afterwards? Yes, but I don't want to share it. At least we don't have literal bags of garbage on our sidewalk on a regular basis. It's just once a week. It's garbage day. Share what? $1.2 million in FTDs in pre-split volume. It's covered on 1.4 million volume today. It wasn't today was only 300,000 FTDs. Yeah, New York does have good water. Thanks, Dan the Donkey Man. You stuck your pickle in the barbecue sauce, or was it worse than that? I think it might have been worse than that. I know at some point I ended up behind the bar. It's not one of my proudest moments. No. Okay, I get it. Rev is getting a 1.4 billion loan, which surprised the shorts, who are now underwater. But why the hell is a company who already filed for bankruptcy getting a loan like that bullish? What mean? They've already filed. What's the point of the loan? What mean, Gherk? Oh, first of all, bankruptcies can be pulled back now that the company can be solvent again for more quarters. They've had increasing revenue ever since, the pandemic fears have eased up. They have billions of dollars worth of intellectual property and billions of dollars worth of assets. There's a reason that they were given all of that debt to begin with, right? And the shorts are underwater. There's more FTDs tomorrow and Monday. Like 2.1 million tomorrow and 2.5 million on Monday. Although the 2.5 million could just be carryover from the previous day because it's a cumulative total, right? Share the full TGIF story. No. What I always wondered is how I got my pants off without taking my sneakers off. Why don't you live in Brooklyn? Well, because most of it's a shithole and the rest of it's overpriced. Have you ever thought about being a comedian? No. BMG. Is this you badgering me to live in Florida even more? I won't do it. I have self-respect. That's why I haven't moved to Florida. Okay, fuck stocks right now. We need to hear more of the story because you've never shared the full story. Yeah, I know. The pants were not that baggy. You want me to say SST? Are you still, like, balls deep and underwater in that stock? You should call up the CEO. See if he can, like, pump it for you or something. I have. WC for Austin? I'm not sure Austin would be a good fit for Gherk. Probably not. No, they weren't tearaways. They weren't Jinkos either. Jesus. Those weren't cool after, like, junior year. Remember I showed you those odd options trades on Netflix, Docu, SQ, etc. that were super deep in the money puts? 727. This is the date when all over short mid caps went crazy. IWM and SPY haven't stopped since. Huh. Interesting. Delta sensitive put positions. Super delta sensitive put positions. Hedges? Ooh. They're trying to bail above the peak? Protective puts. Those weren't cool, says the MTG Pro Tour kid. Listen. Yeah, I got nothing. Have you ever tried to go back to a TGI Fridays? I mean, yeah, of course. I just can't buy drinks at one because they have, like, if they card me and they scan my ID, I come up as banned. Luckily, you look 47. I fucking do not. It's in your best interest to end the stream early today. Why is that? Is that a threat? I'm not sure. Gherk is 34. Like, Jesus. Yeah, no, they card you every single time you order a drink at TGI Fridays. Even if you're like a grandma. Because they can't trust their employees to like card everyone, so they just make them card everybody. Like a blanket policy. Which means no blue hurricanes for me. And I'm sure as shit not going there for the food. You mentioned 2 million FTDs earlier for tomorrow and Monday. Is that for Rev? No, GME ETF FTDs. I've never had a quippy response to my stupidity before, and now I'm worried you're getting too much sleep. Don't worry, that's not happening. If you were 19, though, you wouldn't be allowed to drink there unless you had a fake. Like I said, it's a long story. I wouldn't know how you got a fake. I mean, you can go down to Brighton Beach and get a whole new fucking identity in like 45 minutes. Like better than the witness protection program. Wait, tell me more. I knew you'd try to get away from the kids at some point. Do your friends have a nickname for you? No? These trades are happening on PayPal, Meta, Docu again, and Tesla. I can't figure out if it's just enormous arbitrage, but there are literally billions of dollars. Huh. So if you own shitloads of shares all over the market, right? And you think the market's going to crash and you still want to sell your shares for what they're worth, or maintain your margin, you would just get protective puts, right? Big, giant, in the money puts all over the place. What's up, Seeking? Interestingly, in a couple of days, the GME 50 MA will cross upwards of the 200 MA for the first time since September 2020. Yeah. The Golden Cross. If we're telling good stories, I once saw a roller derby girl knock down a grown man. Knock a grown man the fuck out at a bar in Bakersfield named the Bull Shed. Then the whole bar erupted into a cartoon-like brawl, and we all got maced. Good times. That's what you get for hanging out in Bakersfield, plumber poopy hands. Maced. I think I stayed at a fancy hotel there one time. I like how you're open and honest about everything. As soon as you don't feel like sharing one thing, YouTube chat puts on there, let me talk to the manager, Karen Wiggs, to get all up in your business. They already know too much. What outfit makes you trade the best? I've tried spandex, but that just got distracting. Hmm. Is it because you kept running your hands over it? I have the same problem. When he says maced, he probably just means they made him step outside in the summer. You should swap out the intro video with the Four Loko clip. That'll cut new members real fast. Are yoga shirts a thing? Why would you wear shirts while doing yoga? When I go to do yoga, I just wear the sheerest nude colored yoga pants that money can buy. Of course, bare chested. The ones that get you banned from a supermarket? Exactly. I didn't get banned. I was asked to leave. And I just got out of hot yoga, and I really wanted a coconut water. Nothing like lukewarm saliva to really restore your electrolytes. It wasn't Costco. I'd never risk my membership on something like that. FYI, I'm shill sniffing dog. I'm not sure your nose works. Didn't you give me your stamp of approval? I'm clearly a shill. Coconut water is mid at best. There, I said it. It's terrible. You're almost under 1,500 viewers. Why? I don't understand how it's at 1,500 viewers. We're all bots. It's the spite watching. Oh. My girlfriend won't take me to Costco or Bass Pro Shops because every time I go, I spend at least 2 hours and $2,000. Nice. I'm logged into 18 accounts. If you think about the highest price we've seen in the last 5 minutes and the lowest price we've seen in the last 5 minutes have both been in the last 5 minutes. Oh, fuck you, Carl. It's me and 1,499 bots I programmed to hate watch. Does IBK offer direct-to-market services for futures? I think so. Why don't you ask IBKR your IBKR questions? How are you going to spice up this end-of-day wrap-up? What a snooze fest. I know. Can I DRS the spy? No. If BBY closes above 6 tomorrow, is that bullish for next week? I mean, it's better than if it closed above 5. Oh, wait, no, that's the same. Snoozefest is why I told you to end the stream early. Yeah, but you didn't tell me at like 10 a.m. when I still could have done something with my day. What are your expectations for tomorrow? Probably more of this. No, I mean, GameStop has some FTDs tomorrow. It could get interesting. It may not till Monday, but it could. Do what JFresh does, get lit. Interesting. Their futures are always to market, CME? Not always. Some trade through a middleman. Maybe our character takes weeks to respond. They might have it as one of their like offered services, but probably only at the professional level, and you don't want to pay the fees for that. Do you like Batman? Eh. It's like not a superhero. I haven't seen any of Ozark, so I couldn't tell you. He's a billionaire. That's a superpower. No, it's not. You just triggered a whole fan base on two things. Yeah, I don't like Star Wars at all. I like Star Wars way less than Batman. Yesterday, you asked us for periodic updates on Bobby. It's currently trading at $6.15. I didn't, and dear God hand, don't give me your money. We can all agree that the best movie ever made is Forrest Gump. No. It's a movie that got made. You like Deadpool? Eh. Could a multimillionaire decide to run Rev and have it pay off, or would Virtue Citadel just shut them down? I mean, they could shut them down for 35 days, but they'd still be fucked. If someone came in, like an actual activist investor came in and tried to buy the float outstanding on Revlon, it would definitely fucking squeeze. Maybe not immediately, but really soon thereafter. But it's like $77 million, right? Did you like Morbius? I don't even know what that is. Can you look at Codex, CODX, and tell me if someone is buying a large ownership stake? Institutions are probably buying in so they can dump their bags on you in a few days. Yeah. How do you all have favorite anything? My thoughts on change about every day what my favorite thing is. Yeah, I don't know. It's a meme. Oh. Yeah, that's. I don't think Ryan Cohen's gonna come in and buy Revlon. You never know, though. Crazier shit's happened. My entire portfolio is down 87% year to date, so my wife says you owe me $64. Can I also please get a refund on all those Ko-Fis I sent? No. But you can work it off. The Dan way. I hereby declare 2:13 p.m. to be Morbin time. Standing up there with the greats like 3 p.m. Power Hour or 12:69. I don't even know what is Morbin time? What's a morb? SS thinks RC and Pulte are Batman and Robin Hood duo. Maybe you're right about billionaires being just as lame as us. Lamer. Far more lame. Rev owns 0 IP. Interesting. License them from Brandco. Do they own Brandco? Ooh, I wonder if that protects their IP from liquidators. A billionaire would never expose himself to someone for a horse. Well, it wasn't for a horse. He tried to use the horse to cover up the exposure. Like a horse hedge. What point are you gonna have an in memoriam stream for all those viewers we have lost along the way? I don't remember them. They owe 1.88 billion to Brandco, but I didn't know about IP. Interesting. I don't know. I gotta look into it. Ding ding. The day is done. Yep. All right. So like, let's look into this and talk about what happened today. We got GameStop up here, and Revlon right there. And then we got the SPY. Look at the SPY. SPY's there. So you know everything basically closed where it opened, and that's it. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some guineas.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.